Oh man, what a weird, crazy, awesome time, huh? I love how there's like so much shit to be excited for once you look beyond the Wizards of the Coast horizons, huh? Yo. God, that feels really dark. I feel like I'm... Hang on, can we brighten this up? Look at this. Can we do... Wait, where is it? Is it this one? Yeah, can we bring me out a little bit here? Why does it feel so dark? Maybe... No? Why is that not changing anything? I should be changing this. Sorry, chat. This looked fine earlier. Why does it look like this now? Oh! Just crank this. Yes. Taron messes with settings. Professional streams. Right? Oh, I got something else I want to show you guys. Yo, there we go. It's not live. There we go. See, it updates. So we had a problem, and now I know chat's got to refresh and everything. So I had a problem with the him with a shirt on. What are you, a teacher or something? Yeah. So the widget doesn't refresh live. What it does do though is if I do this and come back to this, bam, it'll pop up in update. Right? So it's a widget because Kickstarter hasn't really implemented live stream like accessibility with that. Yeah. And also, sorry about this thing on my nose. It's not a zit. I don't know what happened. I like used some soap and like it just seems to have irritated my skin right there. I don't know. With that, uh-oh, did we break chat? Chat, how are we doing? Chat, let me know how you're doing. Now I'm panicking. Are you there? Did we break something? Because I do want to show you guys something that, funnily enough, the widget is kind of covering up right now. So, yeah, recent news has kind of motivated me to where I think we have a new format for some streams that we'll be doing at some point. I want to be talking with some of the other publishers in the industry, making sure that everyone is all Gucci with this, because I haven't heard of anybody running into issues with this so far. At least no one's really gone after Ben Milton, you know. But I want to make sure that if there's cool content out there, we can make it as accessible as possible. And I have so many of these books available that, you know, these companies that won't, like, strike you down for flipping through their books and everything. We'll give some of these guys some coverage at some point, right? And, Once we get, we're working on finalizing some things with the quick start. We had to have a little change going on, but take a look. Look how pretty this is. I was like really surprised. Like not just with the book, but like this camera. Look. Oh. Is Mythic Bastion Land out yet? No, not yet. Not to my knowledge. No. Yeah, I was really impressed with this camera for a book like a book camera. It's a book reading rainbow. Yeah. Right? Like, look at this. This looks so pretty on here. Oh, I'm happy. So, Yeah, we'll be talking about doing some more book flip throughs because yeah. Now, holy hell, let's take a look. How are we doing? $3,231,000 they've raised. That is fucking buck wild. Guys, this is going to be the biggest TTRPG Kickstarter of all time. Like, a little bit too much light for the books. Maybe on the glare a little bit. Guys, I haven't backed it yet because I haven't been able to. We got to get ahead on some bills and shit this month. Look at this. How long has this been live? Less than 6 hours. You don't know anything about these books, so it's just not your cup of tea. I highly suggest Mistborn right here. You can go pick up the trilogy for $20 right now. It's some of the best fantasy reading you'll ever have. Here's my copy. I just want to let you guys know. I want to let you guys know, okay, how much I fucking loved this world and what this might mean to some other fans that are even more into it than I am, okay? This is my copy of Mistborn. Notice that not only did I tab the page numbers and everything, I took fucking, like, notes, okay? This copy is like world building. If I wanted to know more about the magic system of the world, if I wanted to know character deaths, fights, things like that, how does Brandon Sanderson narrate this shit? I took notes. Not just on the first book. Not just on the second book. All of it. This series fucking rocks. Okay? If you are anything, if you are a fantasy nerd and you're not already familiar with Mistborn, please go pick this up. Please go check this out. It's like 15 to 20 bucks. And it's I promise you, this is going to be like the best like 2 months of reading you'll ever do. So fucking good, guys. It surprises me, like, it does not surprise me at all to see this is popping off. So much so, I have been a little bit hesitant to start in on the Stormlight Archive because I know that this is a heavy read. But I have picked this one up, set it back down, picked this one up, set it back down because I was always like, man, I'm just getting too busy or whatever. I finally got back in on it. I bought a brand new copy and I am going through, doing my notes, doing highlights, all that shit. This is a beloved fantasy world. The fact that this series, that this is popping off, should not surprise anybody. If you read any fantasy at all, seeing this number right here should not shock you one little bit. If anything, I expect this to be probably 10 times bigger. You were extremely disappointed by the ending of Mistborn. It was way too cheesy. Don't spoil shit. Don't spoil shit. I don't even think it was cheesy. I know. I actually was completely happy with it. Yeah. Will it translate to a TTRPG? Well, I mean, you know, you'll have to, like, we'll see. I think that the world and the magic systems are enough to say, and by the way, the design power that they have behind it, yeah. By the way, I wish people were this skeptical whenever everyone's just shilling out rando shit for Kickstarter projects. This has all the reason in the world to have everybody's confidence behind it. Absolutely, all the reason in the world. If it's just like, hey, I really like this YouTuber, so I'm going to throw like $2 million their way. Guys, there are there are people who are working on this who have tons of design credit to their name. Project leads, they have You got Brotherwise working on this. Brotherwise is a highly successful, highly influential game publisher here. You've got Brandon Sanderson saying he is personally working with the designers to keep consistently updating this with new stuff with the lore of the world. This is ridiculous. Like, oh. Sounds very derivative, TBH? Well, what do you mean by derivative? You believe the resource systems implemented in the Cosmere work really well for mechanical expression? Yeah, I think like Adamantium in particular makes a ton of sense. I didn't know they were splitting it up into 2 world guides. I'm 100% on board with the Mistborn one. I absolutely would love to run a Mistborn game. God. D20 clone? Wait, it uses a D20, so therein it's a derivative system? Wait, what? We've got to be better at... What is that? Come on now. Was the over-under on Sanderson doing an oops, we made 3 secret extra TTRPGs at the end of the campaign, not 0, right? Maybe. I know that they demoed a card game that they made, like, seemingly randomly at Gen Con around Mistborn, so yeah. Yeah, it's a TTRPG, so it's a 5e ripoff. Yeah, I don't get, like, we gotta be able to criticize smarter, okay? To be fair, you never heard of this author, and you've not seen their work, the nameless random YouTube you mentioned, and made content you thoroughly enjoyed in the past. Well, okay, but, like, that's what I'm saying here is, like, this is... Just because you don't know it, you know? $195 to get the rules is definitely discouraging. Add-ons only. So the e-reader is $60. That's for both books, right? $95 for both books. And they don't do just the one book. So it's the handbook and the world building book. First step. Okay. $50 or an adventure book for $35. So the... Right. So the handbook is going to be $50. Is what it looks like. Yeah, hey, what up, Glicker? This looks amazing. You love Sanderson. You've read everything he's written, but it's quite expensive. I think $50 for the core rulebook is more than fair. I mean, now, that being said, if it turns out that it's a 20-page rulebook, then I'm like, wait, what? I don't think that's the case, though. I know that they do have the new plot die thing. Whether you succeed or fail, okay. Skill test proceeds as planned with no plot twist. Complication add +2 to your test, but suffer a negative side effect. Okay. Raise the stakes. So this is kind of like the intrusion thing? $195 is a lot, but the pledge level is $1, and you choose only the stuff you want. I think you could get both PDF rulebooks for $60. Oh, okay, well there you go. It's not expensive individually, but the tiers are expensive. So, like, yeah, if you're getting, like, the 4 books here, everything you need to begin role-playing within the Cosmere. Wait, so 4 books, a deck of cards, and the dice is $200? Isn't the new D&D core going for that for 3 books? And... Wait, what? You just heard Roarbreaker. That book's also pretty good. Yeah, I've been meaning to get into Elantris as well. So far doesn't seem that bad, actually, especially in the... Yeah, no, I don't think that this is a bad... I don't think this is a bad price. Maybe you're wrong. Yeah, $195 is not bad for this. 4 books, the cards required to play the game, and then the plot die, or the dice set, right? Now, if you're piecing it out, this looks like $100 to get the World Builder's Guide, the handbook, the deck. Well, I don't know about the deck of cards. Sorry, So there is a custom die to this, which always makes me a little bit hesitant regarding any kind of a TTRPG. Because I'm always like, man, if I fucking lose this, then I guess I have to just go buy another, but maybe it's cheap. Yeah. Here's the thing, though. Why this is going to have a lot of shit going for it, okay? Wait. Feels like a lot for a completely new, untested system? Untested? Their Discord has over 4,000 members in it that have been playtesting this for over a year now. What? What is with this? The only time you're okay with custom dice is when you feel like Free League does for the easier replacement just D6s. Yeah. I do not know. I don't know what the license is. However, I will say, because this is Brandon Sanderson's world and IP, it would not shock me if it was closed. That being said, one of the things that I would say is, like, if you're a third-party creator looking to maybe get in on something like this, they might open it up to where, like, there would be a license for adventure writers. But it also would not surprise me at all if they wanted to keep it a little bit closed. Pessimistic? No, I don't think pessimistic as much as just like negative. Yeah, I don't really get where that's coming from. I'm just being real with you here. Guys, like, this system, this is a pro. This is a pro making this thing. This isn't some, like, rando YouTuber who is, like, you know, going out saying, like, they have an idea for a system. This is Brotherwise Games. Guys, they are in mainstream retail. These guys are big. You would be hyped if they posted it under the Orc license? Why? Why does the license give it hype? Dude, this thing is just, like, it looks good. Who cares who cares about the license? It's a game. Like, this is just a game that they have going on. High Rollers was live, if not still live. Let me take a look. Yeah, they're still live with it. Yeah. Man, I'm telling you guys, like, this is gonna be huge. Yeah, oh yeah, it already funded. Oh yeah, it funded in like 2 minutes. It hit, I think it hit 1 million within the first hour. Yeah, here's the deal. This thing is a sure bet. This is already, you're not going to experience any kind of burn on this. Brotherwise Games has a proven track record. I am not sponsored by these guys or anything. I will let you know I have an interest in it because I have friends that are a part of the development of this thing. Ross Leiser, you all have seen Ross here on the channel in the past. Right there. Okay. Amber Litkey, I haven't personally worked with, but Amber did let me reprint some, I think one of her spells in one of my things. Imogen Gingell did mechanical consultation on the fucking Rune Keeper. Okay. I mean, I'm familiar with Laura Herzbrunner, Andrew Fisher. Like, I mean, I even interviewed for a position on this team. You know, yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Gordon McAlpin is who they went with for the graphic designer. Yeah, Gordon McAlpin is basically the premier dude for graphic design in TTRPG. Yeah. You bought the Year of Sanderson books and the quality was amazing. Yeah, I was always curious about how that would go. They're the Demon Lord guys, right? The who? You're going off of what you're hearing about the rules, and sorry, it doesn't strike me as particularly compelling yet. You don't have an attachment to Cosmere, so not for me. Okay, well, it's not for you. Okay, yeah, and that's fine. Look, Too often, it seems like there's a bunch of tribalism that happens, where, like, people get this sense of, like, oh, what's this game? It better replace and become, like, my mainstay game for all the other things. It's only like this in TTRPGs. It doesn't have to be your mainstay game. It doesn't even have to be a game for you. It doesn't have to really sell itself to you, but to the fans that want this thing, that's what it can do. You know? Like, this is a game that is presenting a diversity of choice that could happen in here, right? This game is representing a breaking up and a demonopolization of the TTRPG industry as far as I'm concerned. Seeing something like this pop off like that is fucking wild. Absolutely fucking wild. I will tell you guys right now, here is my prediction. Within the next 5 years... No, it's not the same people who worked on Shadow of the Demon Lord, no. Within the next 5 years, here's what I'm going to tell you, okay? Within the next 5 years, there are people who will come into this hobby who have only played the Cosmere role-playing game and will eventually look into it and find out that it was inspired by games like Pathfinder and Shadow of the Demon Lord, and then go and play those games and not step into D&D 5e. Like, and that's cool to me, right? It's cool that there's people who are going to look at this IP, want to play TTRPGs because they want to check this thing out, and get into TTRPGs because of this, not D&D. That's awesome. We should love that. We should be embracing that. When you go to your toolbox, you don't get upset when you have to use something other than your favorite screwdriver. You like having multiple tools. Yep. A bigger, more diverse market is ultimately the best for everyone. There you go. Yeah. The Cosmere is going to introduce a lot of new people to TTRPGs. This is going to become an intro game because of the IP. Yep. I'm telling y'all. Oh god, me and my players only have so much time. The idea of teaching them a whole new system seems like a nightmare and a waste of time. A few sessions and never pick it up again. But you've been hyping up like DC20 in my chat, and like I've seen you talk about Vagabond as well. Those are new systems. Like, you know, I mean, and I'm not talking about saying like you should go over here and promote this or whatever. I'm just saying the negativity on this is like really weird, really weird. They also have enough content lined up to get the product. Yep. Yeah, all I'm saying is I'm happy for these guys. I'm fucking stoked for this. My other criticism would be its rules sound pretty granular, and that's probably why I'm worried about it being a 5e derivative. It's not a 5e derivative. The rules sound pretty... Alright, I'm gonna have to tell some people, look, there is constructive criticism, and then there's just being cynical and negative on something. Like, what is this? You don't know it, you don't understand. So, like, okay, so then it's not for you. Like, that's fine. I don't get this. You don't have that much of me for the GM set. I didn't see what they were doing on some of the tiers. You're being as constructive as I can in a limited text box? I don't think that you're being as constructive as you think you're being. I'm just being real here. Look, I'm excited for this to see what this is doing. I think that this is going to be a big shakeup. Seriously, I think this is going to be a major shift in the culture. So I'm personally excited for it. I guess if you want to be negative on it, you can. That's, you know, you do you. I would say though that like a lot of the crowd is going to be like stoked and they're going to keep playing this, and then they're like does provoke this a huge potential audience to capture on the scene. Yep. To me, this means that the TTRPG hobby is going to be getting bigger and better. Not necessarily that we are stuck with the same monopoly of games, or game, rather. You don't know the lore of the world, so for you, it's probably not your cup of tea. Okay, then, like, let it just not be your cup of tea. Like, let it not be that, right? if it gets to the point where it's like, well, I haven't looked into the world, and yet this game looks like it's gonna, or whatever, like, what? I don't know where that's coming from. I think you might think that you're being constructive, and you're not. Like, it's just being negative now. You're glad that this thing is doing so well. You just hope that, you hope this becomes part of the big two of Pathfinder and D&D. You wish TTRPG. Okay, what's the oomph coming from, right? $300 for a GM buy-in is kind of steep for me. I begrudge these folks nothing, but you want to see something. The GM buy-in, that appears to be the screen, a map. Like, this appears to be a pretty deluxe set, you know. For me, personally, I'm kind of only interested in the Mistborn stuff. I don't really care about the minis. I haven't really used minis in a while. I can always use tokens, and that's going to be fine. The dice and everything, it seems like there's a custom die involved with it, so that's probably what I'm going to snag. I'm interested in picking up the Mistborn stuff. As I get further into Stormlight, I may switch over and decide, like, it's time for me to pick up this stuff as well. But for me right now, I would be highly interested in running a game within the world of Mistborn. This feels like the more roguish side of the Cosmere. This feels like the more Paladin-esque side of the Cosmere, right? The Cosmere is really specific, so the system will try hardwire for running within Cosmere only unless you do a lot of finagling. I agree with you there, what I think the cool thing that Brotherwise could do at this point, right? So they built out a new SRD, right? If they were to announce that they were going to do their own boutique system that was using this, I think that is a no fucking brainer. I think they just immediately spin it off and go, yep, here's what we do with that, right? I love that we actually got Vin artwork here. Oh, that's fucking sick. Oh, yeah, the Vin artwork is cool. This is, oh, it's so fucking cool. So, Elantris, okay. Yeah, all I can say is I'm happy for them. I know that they have really good, award-winning designers on this team. And, like, this looks sick. I am so fucking stoked for them. Roguish Potential, are you familiar with Lothar Vale? How far are you into Cosmere? So, I have read the entire Mistborn first trilogy. I am about 300 pages into Way of the King. So, yeah, if you want to look at this big fat tome to see how far I am, in the first book of the Cosmere, I am this far. The Cosmere RPG has already won awards, right? It won Best of Show or whatever at Gen Con this week. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I think the only other TTRPG that shared that title was Shadow Dark. Yeah. I mean, guys, like, MCDM was demoing their RPG at Gen Con. Just saying, like, I'm stoked to see what they do here. Okay. This was ready for you in the archive. Oh, I know. How does an unreleased game win an award? It was demoed at the convention. Because it gets demoed at Gen Con and they showed it off to some of the participants with, like, Origins and everything. They were able to check it out, and that was their thoughts on it. You're here for the pirate board? Wait, did we say that we were doing pirate board today? It is fun that I can just pull this out, though, and just, like, be like, aha! Yeah! So, where are we sitting at with it? I am so fucking happy for this crew. That is absolutely wild. They're not even past the first day yet. Did someone play the MCDM thing? I mean, I heard that they were running playtests. That's about all I know. This might be a pretty big hit to some other systems coming out in similar time frames. Business is business. I don't know how. Like, I don't. There's plenty of money to go around with a bunch of these guys. It's not as if like these guys' success kills anybody else. It's still very early development. No. In fact, I'll let you know. No, I'm aware it's called a draw steel now. Yeah, but everyone's still calling it MCDM stuff. I don't know. Anyways, shit. What was I saying? Wait, dude, it's not funny. You're actually scared for MCDM RPG. It sounds not worth it already. Wait, what? Oh my god, I don't know what is up with the energy going on right now. Stance on this being funded via Kickstarter? I mean, like, this is gonna be going into retail. I'm also, like I've said, I'm not a huge fan of whenever a company already has the money to, like, do something like that. My neighbor, I don't get this. How is it every fucking time I start streaming, someone decides to start up a goddamn leaf blower next door? Hey, are we good? They watch my stream. Yeah, and there's fucking, I don't know. Okay, so, also most of these end up as shelf decor anyway. Yeah, I'm really curious to some people that are being a little bit negative on this right now. How much dust is currently collected on your copy of Strongholds and Followers? Ooh, I'll be that guy. Ooh, right. There's being constructive, right? And then there's just like, oh, this thing isn't for me. I'm gonna like dunk on it, you know? So what I'm saying is this thing has real design, like real credit behind it. Like this thing has a personnel on it that is looking absolutely insane. Now, okay, so sorry, you had asked about crowdfunding, right? So crowdfunding, the way I feel about it, honestly, for me, I am not a big fan of whenever companies are using crowdfunding as a means of pre-ordering, right? I've also criticized that I think that Brandon Sanderson is kind of beyond the point of like using Kickstarter for his projects. He's done it. He raised a shitload of money. I don't think he really technically would have to ever do one ever again. I don't know that this one necessarily needed it either. But I mean, that's my thoughts there. Yeah. Like that's kind of where I'm at. I don't really know what more to add on that. For me, I would personally like to pick up the number one. I'm going to be picking it up already because I've got friends who worked on it and I'm going to support them. But I will say that I'm more interested in picking up and checking out the Mistborn side of it first. Yeah, like that's kind of where I'm at with that. But yeah. As far as like, should you not support a project because it has a Kickstarter? No, I've never said that. I just said, like, I'm personally exhausted with it. And that, for me, I'd like to not have to do it. Like, that's what I did with that. That's what I was saying with that video. Text box is limited, so maybe my comments are just being taken out of vibe. I'm ignorant to this company and author, so it just seems like any old TTRPG to me. Okay, well, I'm just saying, it seems like you're very adamant to say that it's not for you, which is like, okay, so then what? Like, what? How much of it is relying on name recognition, etc.? You appreciate it's a good team. No. You know how many projects get back just because it's someone's name, though? Like, that's the thing. What do you... I'm seeing these where it's like, oh yeah, this YouTuber I really liked made a thing. Oh, okay. Well then, and then the cynicism for it seems to be skeptical because they're relying on name recognition. That's all any Kickstarter is. That's all any product is. I don't know what the skepticism is. That's my thing. Look at those books after it comes out. You definitely want to introduce your friends to the world. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. Exactly. Who the hell would care about Draw Steel if MCDM's name wasn't on it? Who the hell cares about Vagabond? And I put my name on it, right? But again, like I don't really have as big of a name as like MCDM does, right? So I'm seeing that like I have to work my ass off to try and like get my game attention, you know? And I'm also not a big fan of spending a lot on marketing. So like I'm also being cautious about how much promotion I do of it, right? Kind of a phenomenon if you think about it with the amount of money you raise. It's called marketing. It's called spending a lot of money on marketing. That's what happens. It's marketing. That's marketing. You actually care about Vagabond less because your name is on it. See, that's the right take right there. You should like it regardless of whose name is on there. Mistborn Trilogy. Mistborn Trilogy is currently going for 20 bucks on Amazon. There's a primo version of it I've always wanted that's going for 40 bucks. God, that version looks sick. Yeah, they did a version with new covers that looks incredible. And they needed to, because unfortunately, these versions of it, before you go pick it up, by the way, if you go see it in a bookshelf, do not read the backs. For some reason, they spoiled a little bit of the first book on the backs of basically both of the books. Yeah. I don't think we're being as negative skeptical as we think you are. Probably just being conveyed via text format. Anyway, you're up for the night. All right, later, bye-bye, bye-bye. I don't know. I don't know where the energy's coming from. I feel like others have been extra vocal about criticizing my and other support for other TTRPGs, so you're probably being defensive to be I don't know. I don't get where this is coming from. So, like, I'm going to redirect this, okay? I think that this thing is cool. I think that this is cool. I have friends who worked on this. I'm not sponsored by it. I'm excited to see something that has a whole world that's fleshed out for it being turned into a game that I think everyone knew was going to get made one way or another. I'm also excited to see that it's a company that has a ton of brand trust behind it. I think that this is a dope-ass looking crowdfunding campaign. So, that's just the way I'm going to put it. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, have I seen the Inkwell take on how Vin from Mistborn looks? Black and white concept art? Hang on. Inkwell... maybe not. I mean, I've seen all the dope ass character art. Like this, yeah, this whole franchise is so fucking beloved. I do really dig. Man, I can't show some of these pieces because they're spoilers. Yeah, I can't show. Damn. Okay, yeah, I can't show it. Yeah, you can't wait to play an Alavitz who eats metal and swears the oaths of an elf scholar. Yes. Now. What's the elevator pitch for the lore and setting? Oh, buddy. I would suggest going to watch the videos they've released about it. There is also Daniel Green's coverage. Okay. So in this video, this is my favorite booktuber. His video. Here we go. Why you should read the Stormlight Archive. Go check this one out. Daniel does a lot of interviews with Brandon Sanderson at times. He's also extremely good at no spoiler reviews, so like go check that out, right? My Fair Lady in a world where the Dark Lord won. For Mistborn, that's, you know, kind of fucking funny. You're not wrong. Yeah, I highly suggest for Mistborn. Holy shit, yeah, you're actually super right. My Fair Lady. That is the best summary of the first book I've ever heard. So fucking... Nope. Alright. Cool. Alright. That is like the 4th or 5th time I've seen Nope get in here and just be an asshole. So later, dude. Alright. Congrats. You've joined the list of like 3 people I've ever had to like ban from chat. That's Sanderson's actual pitch? That's so goddamn funny. I did not know that. It's only because that is like the 4th or 5th time he's gotten in here and just been a negative asshole. Like, and I mean negative as in like insulting other people. Or like just starting shit. So like if you're gonna be that aggressive in the chat and everything, like here's the deal. There's like being negative on something and like there's negativity, but like constructive negativity, which I don't necessarily think is criticism, but like at least you can like excuse it like that. You know, but like the problem I have is like that person has gotten in here and just started shit and been aggressive in chat. You threatened to ban me a few times. It's pretty due to personal hatred. Yeah, fuck you, kid. Oh man. No, yeah, if you're like getting in my chat and like I start talking about something and you immediately go like, wow, this pretentious fuckwad, out of here. Go watch something else. Go do something else. Holy fucking shit. Daniel Green, who is like just a nice booktuber. And Nope is in here acting like a fucking asshole. Like for the 3rd or 4th time I've caught him in stream doing that. I'm sick of it. Yeah, so like, here's the deal. I'm trying to have fun. I really like having fun on streams like this. This should be a really fucking fun day. This is sick. This is sick. What's up with the energy? What's up with the energy? You know? Like, this looks dope. I'm happy for that. I got on stream because I thought it would be really, really fucking fun to be like, hey, I'm really happy for my friends that, like, they're having one of the most baller-ass Kickstarter successes of all time. And, like, what is this? Fucking, okay. Yeah, no fun on the internet, please. Yeah. Oh, buddy. Mercury just started a retrograde. You know. Okay. And watch, if that guy hits me up on Discord and confirms it's who I think it is, 100% ban. You liked Vagabond before knowing it was by you? Oh, shit. Well, thank you. Thank you. See y'all in a month. Yeah. Shit, Agile Monk. Hey, thank you so much for the $10. Let's all just enjoy your game some time together. If you don't like to go somewhere else, Casimir is going to be amazing. Yeah. Well, you know, I was driving a lot and saw fog and decided to write a book about fog and shit. Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much, Agile Monk, for the $10. That's thank you. Now I wanted to talk about, I've got another project I am kind of working on in the middle of 1,000 other things. Here in Brandon Land in Utah. Yeah. So one of the next things I'm going to be working on that I've had the idea for this. I've kicked the idea around to a couple other people, and I guess it's just cool to like bring this up. And bring this up now that I guess I'm actually currently developing on it. Okay, so
let's all just enjoy our games and time together.
There it finally is. Like I need to work on my fucking alerts at some point. Is going to be amazing. I experiment myself so that don't I fucking know it, right? But here's my deal. I am compulsive about if I have an idea, I have to write it down, or else I'm gonna forget it. I've had too many ideas that go by. God, this red spot. I promise it's not a zit, okay? It's just for some reason something irritated my nose. I promise. Now I'm all bashful about it. Okay, shit. All right. Now, maybe I just need to embrace it and like rub bacon grease all over my face just for next stream. So this next project that I'm going on is an adventure. I had an idea because like I had some imagery that hit my mind in a dream. It sounds as cliche as that is, yeah. So, and I got started on this as a form of like I'm going to remember this and try to make something dope out of it. And it's finally far enough, and I have enough, I guess, cool shit to show for it that I guess I'm going to talk about it and work on it a little bit on stream. My next adventure that I'm gonna have will be a VX derivative kind of system neutral thing. And I'm going to work on different cover art. This is kind of like the holdover right now. Basically it's like this. I don't know what really spurred this on, but I had this dream one night where I was just seeing, like, and no, this is not, don't, it's not a 9/11 thing, all right? I saw, like, 2 wizard towers that were, like, twisted together, and one of them was this white sort of bastion, and the other one was this black one with eyes and a wizard's hat on. And the black one was, like, broken and shattered in the middle, and there were like arcs of lightning coming out, keeping this middle like connected. And fire was emanating from the top of the white tower. I didn't know what this was, but I was like, that is fantasy as shit. I don't know what I was smoking the night before. And it was just like that visual, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna write this down. And like I sketched it out. I literally woke up and sketched out like the look of it, and it just sort of hit where I was like, yep, this is the feel. I don't know what it will be, but like this is that vibe, you know? Yeah, when you start with it's not a 9/11 thing, you know it's gonna be good. Yeah. So inside you are 2 towers. Yeah. So I've announced that I was working on this whenever I first kind of got the visual for it, but I've actually started to put it into practice now. So these are, again, just like rough ideas, but I guess you can see kind of where my guidelines go for it, like whenever I'm trying to outline a thing like this. I don't know why I went with this sort of a layout on it. I like the red on this sort of brownish black. I'm going to be testing it out with different, like, you know, color blindness settings and everything. But the name just stuck out to me where I saw these 2 things and I was like, the rook and the crook. It just hit. And that name, right? It seems like there's a lot of adventures in particular, and this is not necessarily a negative thing at all, but they follow the sort of Johnny Quest style naming of things. So much so that like even Shadow Dark has a recommendation for how to do that, right? So it's like the curse of the Emerald Shrine. Okay, so we have like this thing written here, right? Now what if we go like the Hounds of... Oh, what do you know? Baskerville. Right? Sherlock heads out there. The sludge of... the sludge of the endless well. These are just... This is like how you fucking write. Yeah, right? Hey, what up, Crow? You know players will end up destroying both towers? Well, that's the thing. We've already destroyed it. How much do I like InDesign for creating adventures? I mean, it's... apparently I hate it. I'm just choosing to work in it because... So... yeah, the noun of the adjective noun. The noun of the adjective noun, right? So, I like the Horde of the Dragon Queen. Yeah, right? So, I just like trying to buck that where I can. And I always try to keep that in mind. Where like, where can I... Just for me, right? I'm not saying it's bad that anybody else does it. It's just that for me, I like trying to think of like, okay, what's the cool, like... What's the punch I can give it, right? An adventure is... All right, look, I get it. You can't put 2 towers in an adventure and it not immediately start making people think of that, right? But for the sake of me not getting demonetized by YouTube... Adobe programs are not human friendly. I mean, it's rough. It's hard out here for a bitch. But, you know, I also like making money. So, yeah. You thought a Tolkien don't know about you? Fair. Okay, fair. Now, you haven't thought about 9/11, but maybe it's because you're Ukrainian. Okay. Right, it is a very American-centric thing. Okay. Now, I don't know. If you're ever thinking about playing this one, I've already got kind of a spoiler up on screen. But for people that love to see like my process and what all's going on, if you're thinking about running something like this, having it in your arsenal, I'm about to just get into the idea that I've had in concepting this out here in a second. And I like this so much for the concept that I want to use this as the basis for like how I'm going to be doing some of these live streams on this one. Okay. So, yeah, I guess just letting you guys know, here's where I get into it. So, ideally, the concept I have in mind is that these 2 towers are... They were built originally as we would normally think of a wizard tower for somebody. But these are for a set of sorcerer twins. And to everybody else, they were like, all right, look, there's these two sorcerers, like really powerful dudes. We're going to put them out there because like we already not huge fans of these guys. They're going to stay out there. They want to go and do their thing. Cool. Let them be. They're going to be out there. They come into town for supplies and everything. But other than that, like they're going to do their thing, right? Eventually, what winds up happening is there's some sort of an explosion that happens. And the towers wind up like... I'm not really helping the fucking 9/11 accusations. Okay, look. There's something that causes a magical explosion that causes the towers to suddenly twist in on each other. And not only just twist in on each other, but to also like move around, right? So whatever it was, something is causing these things to like twist and writhe. And I was like fucking sick. I know that the like we're gonna crawl around in a giant dragon carcass has been like a dungeon that people have always done, right? We're gonna walk around in a Tarrasque for the dungeon. But yeah, I wanted to do something like that. Have control of trade. What might call these towers? Okay, Crow. Now, so what happened, right? Essentially, wait, what? There's an SCP story about 2 twin brothers that can outcompete each other by building a higher tower than the other. It culminates in a fight on a bridge between them. That's fucking crazy. I need to look. Can you tell me which one that is? I am super interested in that, actually. So one of the people I've hit up about this, because I've wanted to collab with them for a while, is Val from Corkboards and Curiosities. And I thought that Val could bring in a lot of the, like, horror thoughts that I had about this. Let me know about that article, because you'll find it. Thank you, Axiom. I'll tell you guys about what I had going on, okay? So, I guess as a means, some way that the party could be brought into this, I'm still writing a lot of this stuff out. But a part of why I'm showing it off on here on stream is to encourage more people to write adventures, to write content. Doesn't matter what system, just like content. It's fun to make, okay? So, first one that I've had up here is an adventure hook, is that if the party has a question that they want answered or wish that they want granted, they might be directed to this region to the All-Seers. These oracles are in a bit of a crisis, as they have not been able to commune with the All-Mind since the explosion at the Rook and the Crook. Okay? So, I thought that this was kind of cool. Wait, you wish you met her at Gen... Oh, she didn't go to Gen Con. No. Yeah, she's over in France, so, like, it's a little bit, like, hard to get... Yeah. She might be going to PAX, but we kind of talked about that a little bit. Here's what happened. And whenever this clicked for me, it just fucking slapped. Well, okay, we have to get her tickets then. We have to figure something out, yeah. It's the hard thing to do is get anybody over here internationally. It's not just like the price of the tickets, it's also the plane tickets are like $3 to $4 grand. It's a lot. But okay, so what's really happening? In truth, the twins constructed the towers to be a prison for magical creatures and artifacts, hoping to draw the power from them and create a machine capable of making anything happen. They would call it the Wish Machine. What the twins wish for and whether they were successful or not is up to you as a game master. This situation presents enough odd anomalies for you to use it as either a standalone adventure or as the seed for something significant to follow. So, will there be a grand revelation as to what happened with this? I think I want to leave it open-ended, because I like the idea that this can just be kind of plopped in, and then, like, if there's nothing that's known, then, like, the players can kind of speculate. And I would like to leave it that way because I think there's enough for them to speculate on. I think that there's quite a lot with the situation to where they would have their own conspiracy theories. Wait, Stalker reference? I actually don't know. Is that in Stalker? Is that a thing? Was traveling, collaborating with, getting along. So like, yeah. Yeah, light, dark and light, towers, eternal struggle. Yeah, security entropy. Can do pretty much anything with this. Yeah, brothers that are just fighting. If they wanted them to become NPCs, there you go. I'm trying to give in conversions here for what you could do if you wanted to run it with something like maybe Shadow Dark, right? That's what you're looking for by going into the exclusion zone? Fuck. I need to play that game. I need to actually sit there and play it. It's called The Wish Machine? Yeah, I'm making fantasy SCP is basically it. There was a similar thing that was a golden sphere, if I recall correctly, from the original book. It's based on the Roadside Picnic. Fuck, I thought of The Wish Machine, and I was like, that is such a cool fucking name. Oh my god. So that's a thing in Stalker? Fuck. God damn it. Oh, I hate... Here's the thing. I hate whenever I have an idea, and I'm like, God, that's so cool and compelling. No one's ever written that before. Oh, and then... Wait, Wish Granter is the name in Stalker, if I recall correctly? Fuck yeah, then we're keeping this. I like the Wish Machine. Alright. So... what is the Wish Machine? So... Here's the thing I really love about the towers. I looked at... Oh yeah, so here's like how I'm impersonating the Hex Crawl. Here's a couple other cool things in here I'll get into here in a second. It happens to you all the time. Yeah. So what is the Wish Machine? Wait, what? Oh, it's not applying the right page format to this. The wish machine. I wanted to devise something that... The wish machine is going to be a thing that would theoretically be able to emulate the effects of a wish spell as we see it in D&D. Now, it is not making a wish spell. Remember that. The wish machine is some kind of a machine that can do anything that a wish spell would do. Okay? So, wait, sounds like it would plug in as a substitute for Dark Sun or something. Catastrophe uses instead. Yeah, I like the idea, right? So, what this means is I'm building out different rooms around how they would be able to potentially emulate the effects of a wish spell, right? So, I'm also just coming up with like weird ideas because of whatever went wrong warping the area, or just the fact that like it's already a mage's tower. What would happen if a mage's tower just an arcane anomaly blew up? And it's built for Vagabond, yeah, but I'm also making it system neutral enough to be interpreted for OSE, Shadow Dark, all that stuff. So yeah, I like the idea. One of the ideas there was I was like, okay, so Wish traditionally was always like, you can emulate like any other spell. So one of the other visuals I had was this really odd, I don't know how to, like, yeah. There's hundreds of spell scrolls that hang from walls and ceilings in this dilapidated library. I love the idea that one of the floors is literally just them hanging up. I don't know why this visual happened to me, but I saw spell scrolls hanging from chains. And like it just spun up all around this, like, this story. Where you walk up into here, and yeah, there's like shelves and stuff, but they're all stocked with like scrolls and everything. But there's a bunch of them that are just hung up from the ceiling. And you know how in the wish spell it says you can cast the effects of any other spell? This would be it right here. They don't know the spell, but they can go down to here and go and cast it, right? There are also, the weird thing in here is also them theoretically trying to create other spells that don't exist yet, right? Ruptured Aviary. I just have an idea for what this would be. This would be this floor right here, right? So in this area, this is going to be one of the kind of interactive and exploration floors, because the only way that they can keep progressing up through up through Crook is going to be to either like have a means of teleporting up through there, or they have to hop on these rocks, the pieces of broken building, to get around over into one of the windows for Rook, right? So I love that idea that like this is an easy fucking no-brainer encounter zone because the environment is already so goddamn cool. I'm like, you're up suspended in the air, right, by a bunch of like electrically like magnetic fucking platforms, and like you have to climb from one area around the broken pieces of the tower into the other one and jump through a window to go like into that tower if you want, right? Alternatively, you could come up with a different like means of getting through there or whatever, but like, let's be real here. This is the dope thing, right? This is the cool thing we want to do. So I'm trying to figure out how to like reward that. But one of the things is, I want to give you that encounter, but I want it to be a fight. That is such a cool combat moment that I'm like, that right there justifies the combat, you know? You can't wait for maps of this image. I'm going to try and work with the cartographer on this because it's going to be a little bit rough. Yeah. What if the spell scrolls are also actively casting spells as you walk through it? I thought about making it to where if you touched a spell scroll, it casts it from it. Like there's a pocket magnificent castles. Yeah, I just love like the idea that yes, that's the chaos that happens. This is also kind of like an exercise in me going like, what can I do to make this thing fucking unhinged and untamed, right? What are my plans for linked and a price point? You're interested in the benchmark for a product like this? It all depends on what the product actually is. If this is going to be a digital download, in all honesty, because this would be like one of my first like adventures I'm putting out there, I would probably do it on the cheap. I'd probably look at something more like Dogtooth Valley and probably price it around there. Am I using hexes or squares for maps if people want to use miniatures? Squares. Yeah. I know that some people like hexes in regards to like tower layout, but yeah. This is oh yeah, if you get it physically, I'd like to keep this down to like maybe $10. I like to do a format like this, maybe make it to where it was like $15. Here is the here. This is like the model for which I'm trying to emulate. Boom, old school essentials, a hole in the oak. So like, I love this format. I love how tight, clean, simple everything is with this, right? I want to go with this right here. Like maybe $20, hardback book, right? That's an adventure. I will happily buy, if Old School Essentials wants to keep making these right here, I will happily keep buying these until the end of time. This format is fucking sick. I like it so much more than a big fat adventure book. Here's Brad Kerr, Temple of a Thousand Swords. I love this. I would easily drop another $10 on something like this, right? Oh, this is fucking dope. I love this adventure right here. So cool. This is about what I'm trying to make, right? Around Halls of the Blood King price. Yep. Yep. I think that format is just the way to go for making TTRPG content. I personally fucking love it. And yeah, I'm aiming to make something that is around that 16 to 20 page kind of format. As soon as I really start getting into this and keying areas out and coming up with, you know, whatever, I think, yeah, then I'd probably be looking at, because I've already got this formatted for prints on demand. So, yeah. Also, like, I thought about doing this as a zine. I'm looking into more zine printing and everything, but yeah. So what you guys will see with my adventure writing, I think I get across a lot more personal, like, I know I'm a character option guy. I know a lot of you guys know me for, like, you really like my classes from D&D. You really like all this other stuff, right? But when it comes to my adventure writing, this is where I think I show off a lot more of, like, the, like, stupid shit that just makes me laugh, right? I have a shitload of fun writing adventures. I have a lot of fun writing character options as a creative, like, kind of outlet and everything. This is where I feel like I can just throw in my stupid shit and my, like, my, I don't know how to put it. I can throw in a lot more of what feels like my voice in a way, you know? Whereas I think with a character option, I kind of have to design to an expectation. This is me getting to go way out there with it. So one of the things I wanted to include is there's a magic anomaly in this area that we all know from the explosion, right? So what I wanted to do is include a table in here. A table for, like, if the GM really needs something weird to happen, here's what could work out, right? So, the warp magic that seeps from the towers causes bizarre things to occur throughout the region. Unless a specific target is stated, assume it affects everyone in the current scene. Roll on here as needed. And try to remember to re-roll repeats. So this is a D66 table. It was, yeah. So what this does is like a bunch of song and TV show references, dumb jokes, and yeah, it turned into a counter. Yeah. So if we need something really, really weird to happen, say like, I don't know, there's just, things don't feel like they're getting odd enough. 44? Trumpets blare, audible out to a mile. That's just what happens. Okay, right? What else? What else we got? 61. Floating canvas and paint apparates, paints the party and drops to the ground. 65. Pass a will save or become large for the next minute. 55. An invisible imp now stalks the party. It waits to steal from them while they sleep. 33. All the heroes' clothes and equipment magically swap. 46. Any plants or furniture in the area moves on its own for the next minute. 12. Gravity within 100 feet is reversed for a moment and then suddenly returns to normal. Right? So these are moments that like I was just thinking of last night that I was like, okay, what is, if I was looking at like the weird Mageddon from Gravity Falls, right? What is a D66 table if like Bill Cipher were to make one? That's what I wanted to kind of like rip off of, right? You'll see in here, there's even like weird Mageddon references. Where was this? Where's the limbs? Yeah, amputated limbs move like caterpillars towards the basement of Crook, right? There's one in here. Yeah, I fucking love this one. A Triceratops appears through a portal, which closes and cuts it in half. Just those, like, the fuck. Like, I want to do things that make the players feel like, the fuck just happened? What was that? Like, that, I love making people do that, because I'm like, yeah, that's the weird flavor shit. A cavalry squadron appears through a portal, charges into a nearby wall, and dies. Stupid shit. It's funny, right? Like, this is where I feel like I really shine, you know? Yeah. D6 plus 3 anglerfish apparate, float nearby for a moment, and explode from the pressure. This is... If you want to know why I love Merkborg, it's because I think it leans into a lot of shit that, like, hits my stupid-ass heart, you know? So, another thing here, I'm also still working on the different factions and what all would be in here. I have a little hex flower right here. Yeah, the Renaissance. Yep, you got the reference, right? The Renaissance men come to town. Exactly. They just. I thought about making them yell fire. I thought that was a little bit too on the nose. It would just fire, run away, like. But that feels too on the nose. I think it's just funnier if they just suddenly appear like they're charging in the battle and just smash into a wall. That's so fucking Looney Tunes to me. And yeah. So, I made this hex flower. I made this all in Adobe Illustrator. I made it in Illustrator because I like to bring it over here as vectors and just paste it right in. And I can, yeah, I don't have to worry about a JPEG at all. JPEGs have a tendency to export not the cleanest, is what I'll say. However, if you're working with vectors and you keep it nice and clean like this, it stays consistent with the quality no matter what size you got it at. You know, what Renaissance men when they're coming to, yes. So I exported that, and I'm kind of keying out what kind of some different areas in here with the hexes, you know. Affinity stamp, yes, yeah. I know. You can do it with affinity. I'm also aware. I just have to learn affinity. I'm aware. So with the quirks of the area, while they're here in these hexes, or I guess anywhere else. One reason I really like doing this with a hex crawl, right? Yeah, it's an original adventure. Yeah. One of the reasons why I like doing a hex crawl like this is because I want people to be able to take this and put it into whatever world they want. I don't like making a hex crawl, or sorry, I don't like making an adventure with the expectation that this is going into a very specific world, right? I would rather people be able to take this and plop it into whatever world they want and go with that. I think that this adventure format's gonna really, really slap. Yeah. Drive-through POD recommends exporting images as TIFF wild. I think that's because the transparency and the way that applies. Tiff is good, you hear, but geez. I think Tiff also really bloats out your file size. Like, pretty rough. Whereas I've used vectors and PNGs and JPEGs with them for years, and I've never had an issue. Like, I've never had a problem. I just know I have to make sure I keep the look, like, consistent in this, right? So here's the overall area, where all they would start, where all they could go. So, like, here is the sort of, like, default town, you know? Does Affinity handle WebP? Hiskey could probably be the one to tell you that. So here's like the default town. There's like the docks, all that other shit, right? Hex crawl areas. I've got it all listed here. These are all going to be 1 hex equals 6 miles. Forests and everything over here, right? Mountains, yada, 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 right? Now I'm going up here to key these areas out. And if an area gets keyed up here, I also include, there are random encounter tables for whenever they're traversing it. If they decide that they want to maybe go into the tower, come out, leave, go back to Lordswyn, do whatever. I wanted to make sure that they don't feel like they have to absolutely finish it. You know what I mean? It already looks so polished. It's just the InDesign document. It's just the layout work. I appreciate it, but thank you. But yeah, we're still in the rough. WebP is basically the best format for anything that can't be made with vectors right now, as far as you know. Oh, you mean in terms of just any kind of file size, or specifically for PDF? Because if that's the case, I mean, like, InDesign handles WebP really well. Yeah, I mean, that'd be interesting. So, very simple map. I want people to see, especially as they get into Vagabond, like, I want them to see that this does not have to be a huge, complicated, massive, big production, right? Better design than WotC. Well, I appreciate it. I think you. I don't want people to think that in order for them to create shit, it has to be like, I have to hire, like, $600 a piece artist, right? I have to hire all this other shit in order to just make the thing I want to make. If you have an idea, just start making it. Just start working on it, right? I also just realized I should probably change the stream titles. Because otherwise people are gonna get mad. Writing a TTRPG adventure. Doing things. There we go. Kakaroshi Living, yeah. Yeah, I was really happy to see Trek actually, like, pick up the formula, the figure out a formula that worked and just, like, fucking wound up kicking ass harder than I was. AF Photo can, Affinity Photo can help, can do WebP, you tested. Alright. Well, there you go. Let me get coffee real quick. What did I think of the Cosmere game? I've only heard a little bit about the rule set. I haven't gotten super into it. I'm signed up. Well, I'm trying to get in on a playtest. Or okay. Oh, Affinity 50% off sales ends on the 15th. Hot Sailor. Hey, thank you, thank you. Okay, so a couple things I'm going to be keeping in mind with this. Rook in the Crook. So I have my outside areas kind of keyed. I'm working with there. I'm going to write here, climbing the towers. So here's a couple things I keep in mind whenever I'm doing dungeon designs. Not saying everybody has to do this at all, but, you know, if I don't say that, people screech at me about saying that, whatever. Okay, now! So, yeah, you be Christian, just be like, we'll wreck your game, let us play test it. I wanted to get in, there's a couple other YouTubers that I've kind of hit up about potentially getting in on it, but I really want to get further into Way of the Kings before I potentially spoil myself on anything with it. I may just, like, I might just, like, crank out a couple different videos and just tell people, like, hey, for the next month, I am just going to be reading this nonstop. Like, yeah. You know the whole playtest is adventure? Oh, shucks. Thank you. I'll let people know as it gets further on in. Okay, so here's a couple things I'm going to keep in mind. 5-room structure. This is a jungle gym, not a railroad. Okay. So listing these up here, just kind of as talking points here. 5-room structure, guardian, interaction, trap, setback, climax, revelation. God damn it, InDesign. Hang on, we got a crash. What is this? I'm writing shit. What is a 5-room structure? Ooh, you should go check out my Dungeon Jam videos on that. We'll talk about it here in a second. $3.5 million. Holy fucking shit, guys. Sunday playtest potential. You've been starving to get more Vagabond. I've just been trying to get the 1.4 done. As that thing gets more rolled out, I'm ready to run more. Yeah, as we're waiting on InDesign. Holy fucking shit. Guys. Yeah, and it's like, I know, Ken, shut the fuck up, alright? Dude! This is fucking wild. Absolutely insane. How's it going, Wheeling Dragon? Yum, 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 yum. What? Why didn't you do that as text-to-speech? I would have gladly turned up the alerts for you. Actually, here. Actually, that's what I'm going to do, because I want to get into the live stream lounge in case anybody wanted to pop in as I was working on this, because I know I'm not entertaining enough on myself alone. However, Taron can't speak words. All right, InDesign. How long have I been working on Vagabond? A year and a half. You started down the path of designing your own game just last month. I would recommend starting pretty small. Number one, congrats. It can be very rewarding, but start small. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Why'd that drag? Yo!
I forgot I had that sound effect happen when I come into a channel.
It's all good. I'm sure it added to the experience for everybody. How are you doing, Ken?
Good. Good. Yeah, it was totally a sound effect.
Oh, nice.
Totally.
All right, there we go. 5-room dungeon structure. Okay, so reason why we do this, and this is kind of what we were talking about with the 5-room dungeon jam. So 5-room dungeon. The reason why we obey this structure is basically, well, I say this is not a hard, set, and fast rule, right? Like it's not as if you don't do this, you're wrong. We just know that this is a pretty good principle that works. Like, yeah. I mean, like, what's your input on that, Ken? Like,
okay, I look at it this way: the classic hero's journey, the monomyth. Okay, 90% of the movies everyone knows and loves that have ever existed follow this format, even if you don't realize it. And yet, the movies are drastically different from each other, even though they follow the same format. They don't always have to be samey just because you follow a structure that people are comfortable with and familiar with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a framework. Yep. Because I had the advantage of making multiple classes before Vagabond. That's the thing, is like I keep telling everybody, it's like, what was Heavy Arm saying? Make 20 subclasses before you make a class. Make 20 classes before you make a game. Like that, yeah, before you go and tackle a brand new system, I think a lot of people start to think very ambitiously and skip the step of trying to be a modder before you know what I mean? Before you could a room be more than one room? Yes. Yeah. It's just kind of like a general idea. So 5-room structure, I'll explain this real quick. 5-room structure is, and I'm going to use that term again, a framework for dungeon creation, not a specific limit on room amounts or a hard set rule.
I was going to say, I would maybe point to my 5-room jam as an example of how it can deviate from the form. Which one was yours again?
Well, how it can deviate from the form. Yeah, which one was yours, Hisky? Because I think we reviewed damn near 30.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
The initial review before you pass it on to like the other people to do like the cream of the crop.
Yeah, Hisky tried to do a sort of like more sandboxy kind of vibe to it, where like they were almost like points. There was another one where the one that Bonus Action Rainbow did, the Huntress Tomb thing, where
I remember that.
Yeah, it starts out as like a conventional kind of, you think it's going to be like a crypt crawl, and then it goes into this sort of ethereal like hunting ground. And the Wheeling Dragon, hey, welcome. It goes into this sort of like ethereal hunting ground instead. And Brayton Wildfong, hey, welcome. Yeah, it goes into that like almost like Seaphora riverbank style like underground hunting grounds. And I thought that was like a super cool like shakeup where suddenly the climax becomes a hex crawl after you've had a conventional dungeon crawl. Like that's your trap and setback. I thought that was super cool, you know. Did you give me the discount codes for the home field advantage copies? Are there supposed to be rewards for this, by the way? No, I didn't get them. But we can talk about that after all this. The only thing with that trek is actually, can you Trek, can you get a hold of Jack Kaiser and just let him know that they were supposed to go to that? Because Roll20 has been helping to fulfill that. Yeah, get a hold of Jack and tell him. And they should already have all the emails and everything for the winners. And that'll, yeah.
Did you get the thing from Jess yet?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm doing a logo for a new RPG thing. I'm supposed to talk to her tonight. I'll be like, hey, don't forget the thing.
Yeah, because I messaged them like a month or so ago and hadn't heard back, and I was like, what's happening? I don't know. But Roll20 also, I think, fulfilled on some of that. I just don't think that they fulfilled for copper winners.
Okay.
So, but yeah. Yeah. If you'll hit up Jack, because sometimes the fulfillment can get a little bit screwy because we had 2 European winners. And rather than trying to like make that work out, they just offered them a gift card. And that seemed to work out just fine for everybody. Okay, so Guardian, interaction, trap or setback, climax, revelation. So your Guardian, something preventing entry. Okay, interaction, something to, like it says, interact with. These can be exploration. I mean, honestly, this can also be combat, exploration, and social encounters. This sounds very vague, but there is a difference here. The Guardian has a specific theme and a specific purpose. Your interactions that are happening here are more so ways for them to get the theme and the vibe of the dungeon that isn't necessarily like always kind of thrown in their face as like lore dumps, and sometimes these monsters just sort of are there for them to hit and have something that's like, ooh, things are happening, right? Is this guideline in Vagabond proper? No. This is just sort of a 5-room dungeon's been around since like when Ted sorry, oh my god, I just fucking dead named you.
Ted?
Yeah. How long has this been around?
The concept of it, like, it was popularized by, I forget the name, but it's been around as long as I can remember.
Oh, you're right, Hisky. They are. Yeah, the Delve guidelines are in there, and I do talk about 5-room dungeon structure in there. Yeah. Trap or setback. So, I've always been kind of curious about this. So, Ked, what do you think distinguishes a trap or setback separate from a trap that might be part of either the Guardian or the interaction?
Well, first of all, usually it's a standalone. I think oftentimes it involves like an environmental aspect to it rather than just like an attack style trap.
Yeah.
Which could be, I mean, that could be like shifting things, causing you to have to like go a different direction, maybe changing,
there we go.
Something like that.
Yeah, I tend to think that this is like a mini revelation where it completely changes how you've been approaching the dungeon so far in a way.
Exactly.
Tends to be an environmental twist in how you've been approaching the dungeon thus far. Climax. Oh, by the way, this is not a truism for every single one. Again, framework and all that, but trap or setback, literally some people just use a challenge. Like it's just a challenge. There's an adventure I would love to highlight. Where's it at? At some point, I want to be talking about this adventure a lot more because I think it's very worth it to highlight. It's in Adventure Anthology 1. The Jeweler's Sanctum by Giuseppe Rotondo. Ked, I think I ran you through this one. Yes, you were that was the one you were playing the Portal Witch on. right?
I tried. I broke that so badly, and I could have broke it worse by teleporting through the little crevices. But I felt bad about leaving everybody behind.
Well, and that was the thing is I think that you realized that like that was gonna wind up getting nerfed already from the way that you were fucking with it. So I think you held back from using it after you realized like, yeah, Taron sees it. This is a problem, which much appreciated. Now, so what happens in this? This is a fucking nutso funhouse dungeon in a way. This dungeon right here does a very good job at 5-room dungeon structure. I guess you guys can't really see like a mouse if I were to click on it, but basically this whole area right up here, like where you see the checkerboard patterns, this is your entire guardian. Like the entry challenge right here is fucking awesome, especially if people are just getting into dungeon crawling and stuff. This trap. This guardian, this interaction that happens right here is one of my favorite beginner traps I have ever fucking seen in a dungeon. Period. Do you remember it a little bit, Ked? It was the...
Yeah, I specifically like the fact that it gives the callouts and how the trap works just by having... It was like the dead rat on like the plate or something like that.
Yeah. Yep, every single one of the traps that they could potentially walk onto has a very clear telegraphing as to what happens, or that this thing is dangerous. It also drops an extremely generous hint. Like, so fucking generous. Do you remember that one, Ked?
Extremely generous what?
A hint at how the trap works.
You mean just with the rat?
Well, I mean, so more than just the rat. That's like telegraphing the danger. The way that it hints at like what you're supposed to do with it, it was the stone faces, remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right?
We spent like half an hour on the stone faces that did nothing, thinking they would do something.
Oh yeah. But I love that. I love the paranoia of it. It's just sitting there and it's like, what do these do? Don't walk in front of it. Don't fucking walk between them. That's weird. Don't do that. You know, and I'm like, yes, I love that. Give me more of that. That's so good.
You can tell we had a lot of old school players too, because we were hyper paranoid.
Yes. So like beyond that, the interaction, like if we're talking 5-room dungeon structure, is literally like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These like 5 rooms right here are the interaction. There are like social challenges. There is interaction challenges. There is shit in here for people that want to do like heavy investigation, heavy role play. Even if, here's a really cool thing that they do, even if they don't move at all through here, it still progresses the story. Because if they don't move and they just wait, there's a random encounter that pushes them forward. And not in a hand-fisted way. In a way that it's so cool and cinematic and weirdly evocative that it's like, we can't ignore that. What the fuck is happening? You know, and I love that. Fucking love it. It also, I think, tends to think that if players are sitting around, if they're taking too long, they might be resting, or maybe they feel stuck, and maybe it's taking a bit too long for them to get through the dungeon. So one of the things you can do, and I guess this is for the game masters out there, players, I guess get quiet, whatever, or mute me for a second. What happens is it is this Figment of Geronda encounter right here. It causes a ghost to walk through all of these areas, leading up to a secret entrance that puts them further on into the dungeon in case they are hopelessly stuck and they just don't know what the hell to do. That's such an easy, like, okay, well, we sat here and rested. Fucking Bob over there saw a ghost, so what do we want to do? Do we follow that ghost? Or, like, do we just continue forward and hop over this thing? Trick or setback. This room right here, there is a 15-foot wide pool of acid. And the players can... Oh, wait, no, actually... Oh, it's a square equals 5 feet. Okay, I was like, I forgot about the scale. This pool right here, it also shows what happened to another adventure that came here the other day. But now they've got to tackle this right here. This, I don't think that you were in this session, Ked. You might have. Were you playing with Wally?
I don't remember who I was playing with.
Wally handled this, and I mean, because like Wally is like the old school puzzle dude here on YouTube for like TTRPG puzzles.
Yeah.
Wally handled this in the most fucking old school way I could have ever imagined. Because like other people were thinking about like, well, I guess we jump over it, right? Or like do whatever, and they're just looking at their character sheet. Wally went and found rope and tied it around, busted up this desk and chair that was in here, and strung the rope through one of these rat holes and tied it to a like broken chair leg to keep it to where it had a point that it was like hanging onto the wall right here, and strung it across the fucking pool to make like a climbing rope for them to get across it on. I was like, yes, I love that shit. Like, I'm all here for that. You know, yeah. So Tricker sat back right in here. Typically it's going to say that like, maybe we need to figure out a different way for us to approach this. Exploration wise, if they see this, yeah, you almost swam into it. Yeah, I know, right, Shrek? If they see this right here, you're going to have some players that think I can't go across that. And they're going to be looking for other ways to tackle this issue. They've been seeing all throughout here, by the way, that there's holes that lead into other areas of the dungeon. So they might be looking at, maybe do we need to bore through one of these? Maybe there is a different entrance to go in through one of these. And if they get stuck so long on this, eventually a cinematic triggers that leads them to a secret, right? Climax, honestly, like, I kind of think that the climax is just seeing this bizarre, like, the bizarreness of this whole area back over in here. It also introduces you to a really stupid classic, like, old D&D creature. It's the giant Tarantella spider. And they're so fucking funny. They're so goddamn funny. And after that, the players can get access to a bunch of gold, ingots, silver, all this other shit. This whole dungeon, these rooms up here have some kind of fucky stuff that happens with them, where they might find cursed items, they might find useless magic items, they might accidentally stumble upon something that is like something that does not want to be fucked with. But everything up here is supposed to be warning signs like, hey, here's weird shit that can happen in a dungeon. This is incredible 5-room dungeon structure. Like, I fucking love this dungeon and would happily run it any goddamn time. It's so cake. And what an easy low prep dungeon. And yeah, it's what? Yeah, here we go. This is like, oh god, and I love this art. Like, this is supposed to be one of the last like secret rooms. Page 4. It's an 11-page dungeon. And it's big font, guys. You can go prep this thing, have it ready to go for your table in an hour. It's so fucking good. Please go pick up these books. I'm not sponsored by Exalted Funeral. Please go pick these up. I just love that thing that much. Climax. So, it tends to be the big fight. Or something to overcome. Zelda does this really well. Something to, oh, wait, hang on. Okay. Tends to be the big fight or something to overcome with lessons learned. This second part of this is something that I'm saying Zelda does this really well. The way that they reinforce this with Zelda is usually in any Zelda dungeon, what you're doing is you go in there and you get a new item, like a new piece of equipment. And what highlighters do I use that don't stain other pages? It's the Zebra Midliner. This one right here. I've used all kinds of highlighters throughout the years. This is my favorite one of all time. Yeah. Mild liner, sorry. So it tends to be the big fight or something so why does Zelda do this really well? Zelda will give you, like, there will be a new piece of equipment that you get, like, oh, well, here's the boomerang, right? And actually, I think that the thing that Zelda does really well is they tend to put that, like, hidden item or that new piece of equipment right in the middle of the dungeon. Because then their trap or setback becomes tackling the dungeon with that new piece of equipment. You know, like, now suddenly these doors that didn't open up before, now I have this boomerang that's going to hit that switch right up there. It can paralyze this target, and I can use them as a weight on this pressure plate over here instead of me. You know?
One of the really good things for that, too, is the fact that they immediately make a spot where you want to use it, but don't need to use it as a form of invisible tutorial.
Yeah.
Which you can even do in an RPG. This is a great way to actually introduce, like, new mechanics for like a magical item or something. But, like, do an area where, like, it looks like it would be useful, but it's not going to harm them if they don't do it.
Yeah. Revelation is really, really cake. This is you slayed the dragon, you got to the horde, right? The big reveal of information or reward. So, like, this is just here at the end. What do they get? What was the whole purpose for them doing this, right? I've seen a lot of people that write quick side quest ones that always forget to do this right here. I don't know how. Get people treasure. They like treasure. That's why they want to go out and adventure. Give them treasure. Just do it. Like, I don't know what the, yeah. So, that can be information, but again, people like treasure. Okay. I try as hard as I can to throw in a shitload of stuff for people to find. I've got a couple different magic items or, like, relics for Vagabond that, I'll be talking about are brand new for this thing. Okay. Jungle Gym, not a railroad. This is, how do I put this? What? I personally hate writing railroad dungeons. Now, theoretically, all dungeons are railroads, or are linear, I guess. It may be true, but we don't have to present it that way. And can give a more vast illusion. It can give a better illusion of vastness by not plotting to bottleneck. Okay. I guess, Ken, would you want to take a whack at that or have anything to add on to that? Because this is where I think, like, Jaquazing the dungeon kind of steps in.
Yeah. I know there was that whole thing about the terminology for that and everything, but whatever. The important bit is this is very much a choose your own adventure. Go through the different spots at your leisure in your pattern, possibly, rather than it's not a novel. You're not playing it through beat by beat in a specific sequential order. What was it Brennan Lee Mulligan always said? Like, he's like, I hate railroads, but I will have a happy fun slide.
That's good. Yeah, like, there comes a point where, like, you just have to acknowledge that, yes, there is an intended way that they're supposed to go through this thing, and that doesn't mean that it's always a railroad, or that the railroad is always bad. I just tend to think that if it goes like this, where it's like, okay, here's beat, like, 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5, right? Okay, well, what about, like, 1 and then 2 or 3, right? And then 2 could go to 4 or 6, maybe. And then 3 could go to... well, wait, so 2 already loops back to 1. So then 3 could go back to loop to 1. And then like 5 or 7, right? So suddenly we start seeing that there's like a network that's built out already. Just by like allowing these to sort of branch out. And then in some of these we could say that like we just literally put a hole in the wall in one of these spots that we otherwise thought was supposed to just be a underground chamber or something, you know.
Here's the thing. I've had players I've been playing for decades at this point, like 30 just over 30 years.
Yeah.
Every time players have said, we want just like an open sandbox adventure, just where we can do anything. No, they don't. They've hated it every time.
Right.
It's like you can do a hex crawl and stuff without it being a purely open sandbox. But if you as the GM, or even if you're in solo play and you have it as an adventure or something, if there's not some structure, some story beats for them to go through and stuff like this that you kind of have pre-plotted, players are going to get choice paralysis.
Yeah.
And they're just going to flounder, and then there's going to be a lot of awkward silence parts, and then it's not going to be as fun.
Yeah. One of the things, so I am working on a script right now for a Curse of Strahd video. I know Taron is looking at a WotC book and nearly 10 years after the fact. I am using it as a vehicle to kind of criticize WotC's production values and why I also am like a little bit shaky on this next edition. But I also just think like it's kind of fine to talk about it if we're learning something from it. And I think there's a lot to learn about how Curse of Strahd can still be a great adventure, but the book is not good. That being said, I still think that we can make things better. But one of the things about Curse of Strahd that it does very well is that Castle Ravenloft is a pretty damn good jungle gym. The dungeon might be a little bit hokey, but in terms of the construction of the dungeon, they did a really good job of making it not like... Okay, they did a really good job of knowing that players could just crawl up into any window, smash it through, and then be in that room.
Mm-hmm.
You know, have I heard of One Night Strahd? I've heard about it. I haven't looked at it yet. I should probably pick that one up because I've already talking about 3 other like Curse of Strahd products. Yeah. But yeah, so Castle Ravenloft is really good at like if the players are down there on the castle grounds and they go, we want to climb up to the second story and smash through that window right there for whatever reason. Number one of the things I think is really funny is that the vampire spawn can just be creepily like fucking crawling around all over the castle walls, which is hilarious. Yeah, just imagine like you're out there crawling up into a second story window and you just see some guy like so like, but that also doesn't prevent you from going in. If you fight them and you can still go inside, and it's not a thing of like, oh, they can't do it, whatever. No, they're dealing with a guardian that is trying to prevent them from getting inside. And then once you do, the dungeon isn't written in a way that like prevents you from... It doesn't break if they go into one entryway instead of another. Because, like, if you do, there's also straight up just a chance that you just run right the fuck into Strahd. And it's like, oh, yeah, well, that can happen, huh? Like, yeah, that's the thing. And then whenever people are like, well, we tried, and then we just ran right into Strahd because we clomb in through a window, we beelined it for Castle Ravenloft, that adventure sucked. No, actually, like, what? Why weren't you guys engaging with the adventure? Like, what was that? You guys booted up, like, Breath of the Wild and ran right for Calamity Ganon. What the fuck?
Savage just asked that as well. Like, what do you do if they just, like, try to bypass everything and go straight to the boss? Like, I say, all right, go for it. I mean, you might not be prepared for it, but like, I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah. I don't. So this is my ethos with it, and why I personally prefer running more old school games. It's not that it's trying to kill you. It's just that like it doesn't feel like the DM is forced to massage the players being wang rods about it, right? If they want to play like that, they can play like that, but like they have to also know that like either way, a story's getting told, I guess. Like,
yeah, right. Too much like an old grognard about it. Old school, like Back Me Dungeons and Dragons, or like newer version, like Shadow Dark or something like that, involves some actual player skill rather than just the character skill.
Well, and it also can like it's also trying to say that you should probably be a little bit worried about the environment as a form of trying to engage with it. Not like, oh, well, the environment's just out to get you. That's not it. It's like the environment being dangerous is what's interesting.
Yeah.
Like that's...
In 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons, things are meant to be so cozy that you can survive entering lava. Like there's a set damage code. I mean, a barbarian can survive like a fall from orbit. And you'll make it. You'll be okay by rules. But like you go to like an old school adventure, even just like going back to 2nd edition, even you step into lava, you're just dead. Like maybe you shouldn't do that. Like
there's something I was actually going to pull this out to highlight it. Oh wait. There you go. Yeah. Oh, Wizards of the Coast. Guess what? I'm gonna open up one of your fucking books on a flip through. All right. Now, here we go. Talking about this within Curse of Strahd. This is one of the things that I think really bothers me about how 5e handles interactions, or like because of what the 5e skill system does. It just. I think it fumbles the ball on this right here.
Careful, Watts is going to make you blur the pages.
Oh, I know, right? Oh, God, hit me with it. Where was it? Oh, yeah, by the way, so I guess just so people know what my highlighting is like, because I'll get into that with the books and everything once I do the review. If it's red, I actually think that the book is made better if you remove the text. I actually think that the red text hurts the book. Oh! Yes! Here we go. Here's an example of a skill check where there doesn't need to be one. Characters who examine the ceiling can, with a successful DC 20 Wisdom Perception check, spot pulleys and rope that run the full length of the corridor along the ceiling. Please, why is there a skill check in there? It's like, what if they look at investigate the ceiling? If this was written for like old school systems, they would be saying something like, on the ceiling, there are these, or whatever. It might be giving that to you in the read aloud text. Like, yes, this is a thing that you can do in here. Not, this is for some reason hidden. Why?
I hate that. It's rolls for the sake of rolls and ends up being filler.
Yeah, that's it. It's trying to say that, like, if you... Wait, it's D&D, right? We want to roll dice to play the game, right? Yeah, this is how we play... No, this gets in the way.
My rule is, unless something interesting happens, it causes some sort of dramatic event, or there's like an undue pressure on the character during the roll, there shouldn't be a roll.
Yeah. Wait, King's Hall. Is that the same? That's the Trapworks, which should be... Okay, so this is not the same. And sorry, I'm trying to see the way that they write this in the old book. And by the way, Watsy, people already made PDFs of this, and it's already out there, and they look way better than this one, because the people who got the PDFs out are your fucking printers.
Salty, jeez.
I'm just saying, you know what? If they want to be having a conversation with somebody about who's getting the actual PDFs out there, they need to be talking to their printers, or whatever, because we've seen some of these like PDFs that got out there that were internal documents, not the kinds of things that people made from a a scan of a book. They made it because they were either sent to their printers or somebody inside WotC got the book out. Like, yeah. Now that is, hang on, that's page K, what was it, 27?
To talk about the bullshit just for a second of the blurred page thing and everything that happened recently, like, I'm sorry, if someone is so hard up that they're willing to watch a video of someone flick through it, probably missing some pages, and watch grainy ass YouTube text to try and reproduce the book, either they're going to buy the book anyways, or they weren't one that was going to buy the book anyways.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter.
I'm looking for K27. Okay, so that is Court of the Count. And that is it K? Is that the same? Yes, it is the same over here. Okay. Oh yeah, you want to know something really funny? Guess what? There's no skill check. There's no skill check. It's this 20-foot wide here. I'm just going to read it to you. This 20-foot wide hall has a dark vaulted ceiling. Shadows seem to dance across the distant ceiling. A low moan rises and falls the length of the corridor, intoning sadness and despair. The shadows are from the characters' flickering torches. The moaning is the only wind. Halfway down the hall to the south, there's a secret door that leads to room K31. Nothing about making a perception check. Really funny how that works out. Because they want you to interact with the environment, not leave it up to a rando dice roll that would like potentially tell you information. Or, this is the other bad thing I don't like. So the assumption should be in D&D that like that check is only there in order to give you a hint. However, if you don't, some DMs might look at it as they have to make that perception check in order to see that the secret's there.
Yeah.
They can't just naturally interact with the environment. You know how much more fun it is to dungeon crawl whenever you don't make skill checks? Like, oh my god!
Unless it's dramatic or important to the story, like especially in like the games that I run or the systems that I run, you make a lot less checks than you do in D&D. Like a lot less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the second book in my hand? This is the original. This one right here. Yeah, this is the original I6 Ravenloft. This is a reprint that you can get over on TTRPG. And it's like $10. So, and the other cool thing with these right here, they're compatible with Vagabond.
Mm-hmm. I'm not going to buy the reprint because I own the original.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm just old.
Could buy Vagabond skill checks. No, that's the thing is if you look at Vagabond, I have a reason for skill checks being in there. But what you'll also notice is that the skill checks aren't written for any of the adventures. It's not written to maybe give you information. You have to interact with the environment. And one of the reasons why I did it like that is because of the way that I'm writing room descriptions now. I'm supposed to be keying you in on what are some of the interactables in the environment right up here. If you do or don't interact with something that is in the room description, there you go. It's like it says right here. Suspended in the air from iron chains is a 20 by 20 foot metal cube. Several odd materials and tools can be seen on the shelves. And I'm going to highlight some of these. There we go. Tools can be seen on the shelves that line the walls. A transportation glyph. This is going to be something can be seen in the north side of the wall, or north side of the room. If the players, or if the heroes didn't enter from this glyph. Boom.
This is one thing I do a little bit different in my adventures. I don't do it the classic way. I don't like read aloud text. I don't put it in my adventures.
Yeah, I don't like read aloud text, but I do like enough of a description to where you could read it aloud, if that makes sense.
I have a list of what I call scene facets. I kind of stole it really from Fate, where it's just a list of like important interactable elements of the scene, and then it's up to the GM to like figure out how to describe that.
Yeah, I do like that. Yeah, what up, Tin Can? I know I'm just trying not to bug people on pinging them on Discord as much. I know that some people could opt into it, but like I'm just gonna kind of like leave it as is. I want to see Cosmere. How are we doing, dude? Let's see.
Oh, it's got to be big.
There's no way it's only at 3.5 million, right? It was just a 3.5 million like an hour ago. Let's refresh that. Well, I mean that's still a climb, man.
Well, let's slow down a bit. Dead game.
Yeah, right. Fucking yeah, failed release. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course. This is. I was always saying because like I'm aware of Stormlight and the fucking fandom that Brandon Sanderson has. This is going to fund for over 20 mil. Here's the crazy thing. It is, dude. We haven't even hit 5 o'clock for. We just hit 5 o'clock for the Eastern U.S. There's people that aren't even off work yet.
No.
Oh, buddy, they're breaking 4 mil today.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, right now, most of this money right now has been like the day losers like us that aren't doing anything, and like the Europeans and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, that's wild. Holy shit, so much cleaner, so much neater than WotC, and there are paragraphs of text. So how do you operate traps? Because I see a lot of people not foreshadowing them. I foreshadow traps. I think that's a lot more fun to tell them to engage with it with. For example, here's a trap that I've got right here. So the impossible foyer. Here is the way that I'm writing this. So behind the entry doors, a pool of acid extends out 30 feet like a rug with a brick wall at the end. A staircase spirals down the northmost wall to your right. It extends on a platform. Actually here. Behind the you appear to be on a catwalk extending above spiraling staircases. A few sets of staircases. Okay. In front of you lies a pool of acid that extends out 30 feet like a rug with a brick wall at the end. Staircase spirals down the northmost wall to your right. It ends on a platform with a connecting flight of stairs that go down into darkness, and upward spiral stairs that go under the main entry. That go under you. Oh wait, that's why. Under the main entry, then into an upper story. What? Yeah, here we go. On the catwalk. I have to write this a little bit removed from first person. Is a pool of acid that extends out 30 feet like a rug with a brick wall at the end. A staircase spirals down. Now, I know what a lot of you guys are thinking, having heard this description. Oh, hey, what up, Heath? How's it going, man? Good to see you. What's the point of the red words? That is cueing you into what has room element descriptions. So what this means right here, this sounds like this, so the name is supposed to ring true here, the impossible foyer. You go into this place, and I want this to feel like chaos. T. Walker Isaacson, hey, welcome. I want this to feel like you walk in and see a like something that feels like it's out of Blom, or Blame, however you want to say it. So like Blame architecture, or like an Escher painting, right? I really love the work on Blame or Blom or whatever. I feel like it's, you could say it a million times. Actually, I think Ked, your artwork looks quite a bit like so the stuff that you were doing on Void Home looks a lot like what happens with this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You haven't even seen it yet though. Why do you know it's good? It could just be like doo-doo dog shit.
That would be like, you'd be like, hey, your artwork looks really like this. Thank you. It's
Yeah.
a piece of shit.
Oh god damn it! I wish I had thought that out. I so would have had just something on the other. Fuck. Oh well.
It's
you
so
know what?
abusive to me.
Yeah,
It's not even a relationship anymore.
So I love the mega structure look, right? I love the look of just seeing this crazy huge expanse out in front of you. Now, one of the other things I really like. Oh wait. Wait, have I seen the fantasy manga from the author of Blame, a Impossibly High Tower? It actually has relatable. I would be so fucking down to check that out. Yeah, can you tell me the title of that? Because I will 100% pick that up and start reading it. After Stormlight, holy fuck, there's so many books I want to read right now.
I'm so broke right now.
Let's see here. Yeah, so like these, I love this just nauseatingly confusing staircases, and like I love this kind of shit. Yeah, title please. Yeah. I love this kind of confusing shit like this. And it also reminds me of shit, I say it reminds me and I immediately forget. Oh, there is a tower in Elden Ring. Carrion Study Hall Tower. Okay. This dungeon is so fucking cool. Yeah, because you can go through it one way, but there is a through unlocking it through doing a little bit of Ronnie's quest. It just feels a little bit weird because you go into it originally, and I guess I don't really know what showing it is going to help out, because these are just pictures of the outside of the tower. Anyways, so you go into it, and you can put this hourglass on there, and whenever the hourglass reverses, the entire tower flips over. And so whenever it's inverted, now it's a different kind of like dungeon you're going through. I fucking love that. That is so sick. I think that it would be a bit on the nose for me to rip that for what's going on with the Rook and the Crook, but goddamn, what a cool example. Like that is such a like there's 2 dungeons in here. Like, oh, I love that. Incredibly innovative title, but Tower Dungeon? Tower Dungeon manga. Tower Dungeon. And it's... Yep, this is exactly what I'm thinking. God, that's cool. Oh. Yeah, I can already tell, because it's not really showing a lot of pictures of, like, the interior architecture or anything. I can already tell I'm so down with this. I want to check that out. How far along is it? And I actually have not, I've never read a manga as it was coming out. How to Build a Dungeon? Yeah, they're just now releasing the English translations. Dude, I would be kind of down to start in on that. Endless architecture is so cool, but it's a bitch to draw it all. Yep. Well, because it's endless.
Yeah.
So, the way that I telegraph this, because there is a trap here. So, I'll kind of read through this one more time with you. So, behind the entry doors, a catwalk extends above a few sets of staircases. On the catwalk is a pool of acid that extends out 30 feet like a rug with a brick wall at the end. A staircase spirals down the northmost wall to your right. It ends on a platform with a connecting flight of stairs that go down into darkness and upward spiral stairs that go under the main entry, then into an upper story. So, let me just hear. What would be the way that we would interact with this? And I guess, Ked, you could also say, let's say that you walk in through the front entry and you just see a pool of acid that extends out in front of you. What are you doing? You see that there's a brick wall at the end of the hallway.
Yeah, so depending on like what you're playing and what you're doing, you'd probably try to find other ways around it. Be like, test, can I climb this brick wall? Or like you'd go and like test the acid with your 10-foot pole that every classic adventurer has. Or you just start poking and prodding the environment and just looking for stuff. Just by it being there, it's making me want to interact with the room and check it out.
So like whenever you go up to like kind of check the acid with your 10-foot pole, you can see it looks like the acid itself is probably about like 15 feet down. Are you trying to like, how are you trying to do this?
I mean, yeah, once again, depends on what I'm playing at this point. But yeah, you'd see like, okay, acid's 15 feet down. I don't want to fall into it. The pit, how big is this pool of acid? I'm trying to get it to the end of it.
Yeah, so this looks like you're standing in like a 10-foot wide hallway, and it goes out about 30 feet. But you can see on the other side, there's not like a ledge or anything. It looks like a brick wall.
Oh yeah, so with a brick wall at the end. Oh, okay, and then the stairs are on like this side.
Yeah, so there's you can see it looks like the staircases go up behind that wall. Like there is a staircase that spirals up behind that wall as well. But it goes down from like, let's say you're looking north. So you can see that the staircase spirals down what looks like a floor to your right. And you can even see, like clear as day, there is a small like platform. And from that platform, another set of stairs goes straight down into a floor below you. And then there's another set of stairs that spirals up underneath you and goes up into the tower.
No. So you got more than one avenue to try out. So you might not even like deal with the pool of acid right away. You might just start exploring in other directions first. Yeah. But a lot of experienced adventurers would still poke around the edges of it, poke around the sides of it. I don't know
of the pool.
Of the pool, yeah.
Yeah. So you like poke with your stick, and it seems like it hits air above the acid, and just sort of like, almost like you're hitting glass.
Oh, okay. So right away you'd be like, "Oh, it's one of those," and you're like, "I'm glad I brought poles and or sticks." And or like, the classics, flour, dirt, whatever. And
sure.
You'd be like, okay, I like dust some flour out in front of me and like, oh, is there a path?
Yeah, it seems like the flour just floats up on top of the acid. Like, sorry, not on top of the acid. Almost like it floats on a like glass surface that would be extending across it.
Looks like a Indiana Jones style hidden pathway. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Shattered. You actually, if you wanted to do that, it looks like you could just jump and maybe fall about 10 feet, but you would land on some of the sets of the spiral stairs beneath you. Yeah.
Yeah, so at that point, you just start trying to get across just with whatever tools you've got to like suss out where it is.
Okay. So like walking onto it?
Yeah, I'd try to walk on it.
Okay. So Shattered Entertainment, you jump, you land on the staircases down below you. Ted, as you start walking, you see that the the glass, what you thought was glass underneath you, opens up as an illusionary vision of a pool of acid just lets loose to the what seems like empty air below you, and you begin falling.
Oh shit!
So that floor is actually not a pool of acid; it's an illusion of a pool of acid, and it's actually a trap door. So
Nice.
the thought was, the thought was like, I'm still trying to figure out where that needs to like let people go, but the brick wall at the end is also an illusion.
Because I like the tricky traps like that. Like it was just the last dungeon I ran. I did one of those things where there was like a really shitty pit trap, and they're like, "Ha ha ha, we found it!" And they jumped over it into the real pit trap.
Yeah, that's kind of what I had going for this right here. This started out as a trap that I don't know, I thought was so fucking funny. Where like it seems like a someone just put up like a pool of some kind that was like 5 feet deep, and it was like a nothing burger pool of acid that they were like, oh okay, we're gonna jump over that and see. Or like they just see a brick wall at the other end and they're like, well, what the fuck, there's got to be some way to move forward, right? And that's another thing that they do to telegraph traps that I learned from playing Soulsborne games, is a lot of times whenever they're planning out their dungeons, they do a lot of these they do a lot of progress by virtue of you not being able to progress. So you'll sometimes go into a dungeon and realize that like you're stuck, and so it's like, wait, that's not it. There has to be more to this, and so it makes you start looking around. And with the brick wall, if I don't, I might remove this from right here, because if I don't present you with that option of the brick wall, number one, I can use it for later. But number two, I think presenting you with the option of the stairs is going to make people think like, oh, the brick wall is nothing, we have to move on. But one of the other things here is, if they do just see like, oh, okay, the brick wall is an illusion. Oh, okay, well, I'm going to like, I don't know, jump across it, I guess, and like land over there. What happens is a pressure plate immediately beyond the wall causes the 10-foot square area of floor there to quickly rise up and dump whatever is on it into the pool of acid. So if you just jump across and do like a leap of faith, it's just going to jump you back into that hole. And that just felt like such a stupid, dumb, funny trap. You know, hey, what up, Phil? But yeah, I like the idea of using an illusion as a pool of acid like that. Yeah, it's two traps.
As long as the traps are doable. Because, okay, you know how Monty Cook shill in many ways.
Yeah.
He has written, there's an old adventure called The Paladin in Hell, written by Monty Cook. I don't know what cocaine-fueled bender he was on when he wrote this, but it's one of the worst traps I've ever seen.
Okay.
It's not survivable unless you happen to have luckily brought a wizard or a cleric of the exact right type or something. Like the entire room seals, it becomes airtight, you're suffocating, there's multiple elementals around, the entire room tilts and also starts sliding you towards a sphere of destruction. Like it's just like layer after layer. Like
right.
I don't want to see people design traps like that.
Yeah, I don't always go for lethal. Like I'm usually going for like, what's the like, we need to keep things to where it's easy to run, where it's like simple, quick. I get it. Like, okay, pool of acid. This is a big trap door that will that's actually got the illusion of and so further illusion. It's a magical dungeon. I'm trying to give them a little bit more of a like, okay, like this is the chaos you're in for, right? Is also, this a wacky dungeon?
It should affect them, but just like a locked door, a trap should not impede progress. Yeah. Unless it's to redirect them purposely.
Yeah, the only time I put in locked doors is whenever I think that, like... I generally don't like... Okay, if you're walking around your house, how often are you locking doors?
Yeah.
You know, like, I think of it as, like, this is a... unless it's, like, a vault that they're breaking into at night... I generally try to just avoid locked doors. I might do like locked chests or something, you know, Because
even then, you ever watch those YouTube videos of those professional like lockpick dudes? Like they're just like bam, bam, lock done. Like it wouldn't even take an entire combat round.
Yeah,
so the only time I like actually make checks for locked doors for my players is if like you've got that Indiana Jones Giants ball rolling towards you at the same time you're trying to unlock the door. Like it's dramatic. You're like, oh shit, something happens if I fail. Then you're gonna make a roll. Otherwise, yeah, you just open the door.
Yeah. Here you go. You guys want to see how quick a goddamn wait, what is the trap guarding though? Usually it's just progress into this dungeon. Yeah. Here you go. This guy, watch how I think this dude used to was an actual breaker for the military. Watch this shit.
If you're a magician or you're at a party and you're trying to impress your friends, these locks are a must-have. What you just saw was the Master Lock 605 and 607 shutter locks, but this is the Model 606, and we're gonna have to do something a little bit different.
That one better?
Oh, heavens no. I just don't get paid unless this video goes over a minute. For this one, I went ahead and cut a happy little circle out in the side of the package.
This is
important for what I'm about to do next. Using a slightly above average
if you got a rogue that knows his shit, like why are you making him roll for every bloody door?
Exactly. Look at that. Look how quick that was.
Do it. What?
Like,
do the thing.
You are using a Master Lock Model 606. It can be opened with a Master Lock Model 606.
Watch. One pick.
If you're a magician...
Please tell me why a fantasy rogue that's like whole big specialization is lockpicking would even need to make a fucking check. You know, like unless it was something like I don't know, an arcane kind of a lock, right? And that presents like an actual challenge. It's time. Just let them do the time. Like maybe it's a trade-off of like if you do this, I get to roll a random encounter.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, exactly. No ice, you nailed it right on the head. This isn't such a huge... Well, okay, actually, modern, yes. However, they also did this back in... What was that, Vecmi? When did Rogue start getting the percentile die? Was that Basic Expert?
Yes, percentile stuff started happening about then, and then became like an intrinsic part of the in advanced. It became like an intrinsic part of the system as well.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's been around for a longer than Skyrim, but I will say that like it's kind of ruined the perception. Like Skyrim has ruined people's perception of what lockpicking like as a magic crayon should be. It's really good in Skyrim. It's not good in TTRPGs. Like, much respect to all the, YouTubers out there who have done their lockpicking systems and everything for their videos. I don't think they got it right. I still think,
Skyrim, one, it's minigame.
Yeah.
Two, you're playing alone. You're not making everyone stop and being like, all right, it's got to do his thing for the 13th time in this hallway.
Yep. Yeah. Real quick. Okay, so that was kind of the diatribe right on it. I also tend to think, by the way, locks on doors tend to try to bottleneck players, and they're not typically super fun. If people think like, aha, I'm a rogue, I feel useful now because I'm doing the lockpicking thing yet again. Let them just kind of do that, or give them treasure, right? I think instead of it being like progress is the reward, let it be gold. Let it be gold. Like,
well, remember back in the day, rogues got experience points for gold.
Yeah.
Like you actually got experience points for finding the treasure.
Yeah. This just made me think, what I need to do now is, oh my God, Impossible Foyer, and then I need to put a treasure chest on the fucking ceiling somewhere.
Nice.
God, that's so funny. And it fits totally into this.
Over some real acid.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, by the way, the other thing with this, the way that I was telegraphing that the pool of acid is not a pool of acid is because it would be impossible for it to be a pool of acid on a catwalk. Like this is an extension, like a bridge almost, that's going over a bunch of stairs. There's a 15-foot deep pool of acid below you. Like how? So like logistically,
if I had fully listened to you, I probably would have noticed that, but I'm also like working on something at the same time.
Yeah, I know. You're a fucking horrible playtester, all right?
Oh shit, son.
I swear to God, people that would like listen to our conversations probably think like we are the most. I don't even know. We're like, I think there's people who, and I've noticed this in some chats sometimes. I think there's people who don't really get the vibe of like fucking with your friends or like giving your friends shit. And it's always, I'm like, I don't know. It's always
like
so
that,
bizarre.
It's like that one TikTok that or like YouTube short or whatever you see of the one guy being like, if I was going through something, would you guys be there for me? And without a beat, his friend's like, no, I hope whatever it is, it sucks.
Yeah.
Like that's just kind of how you are. Like, it, like they would actually be there for you. Your friends are actually there. But like the absolutely horrific thing that we like friends say to each other like this. I don't know. Maybe not all friend groups are like that. My friend groups are generally like that.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I knew I had to do this at some point because god damn it, that's so funny. I love that up as you go further up, one of the rooms is going to be a bottomless pit. Like that's what I mean. Like I love the like where make people go like, wait, what? Wait, we're 7 stories up. How is there a bottomless pit here? We just came up from the 6th floor. Like, what? Like, I love doing this shit. This is like the weird dungeon side of it to me.
Well, it's got that reality bending vibe to it.
Yeah. Other than the staircase you have come up on. Other than the staircase that spirals up, the floor of this area appears to be a bottomless pit. A gold-plated treasure chest is seemingly fused to the ceiling.
Oh, Axiom, I've done that before. Where like I actually had it wasn't just the locks; it was the traps. Like none of the traps were active until they had finished the dungeon.
So it activates, and then suddenly they're walking. Oh, that's good.
Now they're trying to get out, and especially in modern systems where like they're used to being able to do rests and stuff. Suddenly they've already used a lot of their resources, thinking, "Haha, we're done now." Only to be like, "Oh no, the hard part's just begun."
Yeah. Oh, this is going to be even better.
But I'm also the same one where like they cursed me out because they did an entire like not mega dungeon, but it was a very large dungeon to try and get this like orb of corruption from the Lich. And they never found it. And they were super defeated. And then they went outside and they're like on their way out. They like decided to like loot the little shed that I had specifically told them was outside of the dungeon before. And sure enough, it's just in there in a box. And they're like, you didn't. I'm like, oh yeah, I even showed them my notes. I'm like, yeah, I was right. You didn't have to do the dungeon.
Yeah.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah. Those are always fun. I at some point I do want to write a dungeon that does the like you get to the end of it and treasure chest 1. Here we go. You get to the end of it and then the dungeon somehow changes. I want to do the Metroid like self-destruction thing at some point. I think it's really cool, and you know, it's fun.
Yeah.
As
I really like in a lot of the narrative games like Fate or Cypher or whatnot, where anything can have its own stat block, and you can do this in any RPG really. You give a situation its own stat block, and you're fighting the situation.
Yep.
It's easier in narrative RPGs because you're used to being your skills and stuff being able to like damage, quote unquote, the situation. It's a little harder in something like 5e I mean, people try to do skill challenges sort of half-assed, but it's like you can still do it.
Yeah, this is another thing I just think like skill challenges hurt the vibe of, and that is things feeling like there's not just a spell to solve the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it whenever I'm presented with something, like, especially whenever I do adventure writing. Dude, not having to worry about 5e spells. Oh my god, I can just write. Like, that feels so much better.
I recently watched a bunch of Chris's videos for the like 5e updated spells that still haven't been fixed, including the fact that find traps still doesn't find traps.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of weird how that works out. I've also heard so apparently there's a thread going on over on Reddit where people are talking about how True Strike is just the default thing that you have to pick up now. Like, everybody's getting it as, like, every marshal is getting it because it's like, well, most people don't have bonus actions that they're getting from their class that, you know, and if you go rogue, well, here you go. Like,
I haven't looked. Is True Strike actually useful now?
Oh yeah, it's a bonus action.
Oh
yeah, right.
Because it was just a nothing burger spell before.
Yeah, and by the way, chat, I might be wrong. I don't know. I've got a scalped fucking player's handbook coming in. So I do actually have one, and money. My understanding is money did not go to WotC for this one. So hey,
yeah, I'm not going to buy WotC. I'm not going to buy anything from WotC ever again. If I happen to see it from friends of mine, that's fine. And I have a lot of friends on the internet.
Yeah, like I've also like kind of exhausted myself on I tried to do things that felt like the right way. Like that felt like, hey, you know what? Like I don't think that I have been a hostile content creator regarding Wizards of the Coast. I just think that they're not good at taking criticism. And they treat all criticism as someone's just shit talking. And I'm like, that is, boy, I don't know of any other company that acts that way.
Yeah. They've gone too corporate. I can't think of any other company that has gone that badly. Like
it's just weird. And I don't know, man. I'm like, I would think like my DMs have been open. I have gotten messages from like Wizards of the Coast employees. Ooh, what? I've gotten messages from Wizards of the Coast employees telling me about like, you know, stuff that was happening with content or what the hell ever. They invited me to the summit, and like, you know, I was there. They sent me shit. They've got my address, right? They have all my contact info. So I know for a fact I have been removed from a content creator list. You know, like I have been pulled off from the get free shit list.
I was surprised you were ever on it. So,
I mean, you might think that, but probably I don't know. It kind of depends on the reason for why. At the time of the summit, no, it was pretty clear that, like, you know, I should probably... They know who I was at that point.
Yeah.
They knew who I was, and I was one of the people that, like, a lot of people on Twitter were like, if you don't invite Taron, you guys are failing your fucking litmus test.
That's true.
You know, so I did get the invite. I did get the swag. But yeah, after having established that line of contact and having reached out and tried to, like, talk to them about situations, and then after that, so one of the things I asked them at the summit was like, hey, if you guys are admitting to not having been completely forthright about the OGL situation, why did you throw Taron Pounds under the bus when you were talking to Christian Hoffer with comicbook.com? And what I was told was, please send, Dixon told me to send him an email, and he would look into that. And I sent him an email as the summit was still going on, and never heard anything back. So I've tried talking with him and everything. So it's not like for the reasons why people are gonna say things like, "Oh, well, because of the AI art fumble or something like that." No, it's not for things like that. They already didn't have me on their good list for a while. So there's got to be other shit involved with it that I'm just like, I don't fucking know, man. But that being said, everybody else in the industry sends me cool shit, so I'm pretty happy getting freeling stuff.
I've had no issues with anybody else. Like Paizo, like I'm a fucking nobody. Sorry for swearing again. I'm a fucking nobody. And Paizo's like, yeah, we'll give you shit. We'll talk to you. You seem pretty cool. I'm like, all right, cool. Free League, like I haven't gotten a lot out of Free League yet, but like they
send you all the PDFs, dope. Right?
What, from Free League?
Yeah.
Or Paizo. Yeah. Well, no,
Free League.
I've only gotten a couple of things from Free League. I haven't gotten like a full catalog or anything like that.
Okay.
I already owned half their shit anyways. So wasn't much to send me.
Without saying the name, are you talking to BB? You know who I'm talking about?
No, I have a different contact.
Really? You do? Okay, then yeah. I'll get you the person I've spoken with.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, wait. When did you try to reach out to them?
Reached out. This was 6 to 8 months ago.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I just know that their main PR person has been on a little bit of a sabbatical. So, not that I think that that's the reason. I just think that I don't know. Maybe you got
either here nor there. They've been great with me. Like everyone's been great with me. I mean, I got my like free copy of Crown and Skulls. Like that book's awesome. Like everyone's just generally good. And then WotC, like not trying to be on the bandwagon and be like WotC sucks, but WotC kind of sucks.
They're playing the pretty party. I am. Man, it's just hearing what I've heard. I'm just so like, yeah, like it's not that I'm surprised at all anymore. I'm just fucking disappointed. You know, constantly fucking disappointed that they're the ones that are like leading the industry is the way I would put it.
Yeah.
Let me see. How are we doing? How are we doing? Like I have any sense of ownership on this. How's the Cosmere thing doing? Oh, let's refresh that. Yeah, $3,692,000. Yeah, this thing is passing 4 mil by the end of the day. I'm not mad at. Yeah, hey, what up, Darren? How's it going, man? Yeah, like I mean, literally all of their problems could just be resolved if they would just communicate. Like they're terrible at communication. This whole thing that happened with the copyright strike thing, literally, it's just because they don't want to talk to people. Like Jordan didn't sign the NDA, they screwed up and accidentally sent him a copy of the book. They should have owned up to it instead of fucking copyright striking him. It's just the way I look at it.
And the thing with like Sly Flourish, like Sly having to like,
God, how fucking cringe.
I mean, it was only after he posted the video and after he told them he didn't want to sign anything or anything like that originally, and like they didn't tell him any rules or stipulations, just that he couldn't post any content before blah 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 date. And that's it. That's the only thing they told him he couldn't do.
Yeah. I've also seen some of the embargo text, and I'm like, I'm like, WotC is WotC gonna WotC. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. I think the best thing that people could do is just keep on trying to check out other stuff. Don't know where this is necessarily gonna go. Okay. The spell scroll thing, I think, needs to go up higher because this is such a cool visual for a room. I want to save that as a thing that they find later on. That feels like, oh shit, what? This is like one of the big wind-ups here. Yeah, they can go in C8. Where's C3? We might have pulled that away from. Yeah, and then you have the bottomless pit that just feels like this is here. What? That's very bizarre. So we have the pit here. There could be several. We're already going to know that there needs to be spell scrolls. The spell scrolls here. Ooh, this is going to be rough. Here we go. We need it. This is why we need a random table. The spell scrolls here automatically cast if touched.
Ooh.
Right? Ooh. Yeah, it's a Vagabond Adventure, Darren. Yeah. In this case, roll a D. I don't know. We could say, on the weird, something weird happens. Something weird happens. Or, determine a spell, an effect of your choice. That deals, yeah. Oh my god, why am I... Ooh, I am not doing great on typing right now. Okay, spell scrolls. Spell scrolls here automatically cast if touched. In this case, either roll on the something weird happens. Wait, if touched by a creature, a living corpse, or
An angel.
yeah, if touched by an angel. I'm just gonna say if touched. They can try to handle it with like pliers or something, but like this is fucking cool. Okay, do you think that this is enough to really like navigate what would happen?
For the scroll, Athenium. Well, ceiling to spell scrolls, cast if touched. Roll on the something weird happens table or determine an effect of your choice.
And then I need to write this stuff in where I'm doing the up and down.
It's former staircase up to the Rupert Avery.
This would go down to somewhere else. Yeah, this would go. So this is going to go up to C9.
It's anything in the room. I don't know if I'd want to. I'd maybe add another element in it for.
Oh yeah, for sure,
discovery purposes or something like that. Like just buy it like.
Oh, sorry.
I feel like it's not enough, but.
I just meant this. I just meant if this description made sense.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying as the room as a whole. I'm like, it's good. I'd just add more.
Oh yeah, no, for sure we're doing that.
No, I think for the spell scrolls, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
If someone touched this, then this happens.
Yeah. So these, by the way, so I guess anybody that's used to seeing how I write stuff for Vagabond and the room elements changing here, this is indicating up a story, this is down a story. The arrows and everything are still indicating north, south, east, or west. So Ruptured Aviary is up. I guess do this. Okay. This is... What did I want to do at the top of... Oh, yeah. Okay, so... Rook needs to probably have... The top of the wish machine needs to be at the top of the crook. Yeah, that's just such a fucking cool room name. The Wish Machine. Come on now. Like that, I love that. I love that. That's so like Willy Wonka shit. Like
that's an 80s hair metal band right there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so this needs like more shelves of dusty tomes. Line the wall. And ooh, if touched or if a spell is cast within close range. Oh god, I love that. A spell scrolls here automatically cast if touched or if a spell is cast within close range. So a mage is like gonna have to be careful to like, oh shit, like
Yeah.
And flying spell books are perched like birds. Shelves and dusty tomes line the walls, but the books, some books fly and perch in this room like birds. Okay. Flying books. There we go. Soar and perch throughout the room like birds. There we go. Now we have what I feel is a kind of cool. We have spell books that are going to be flying spell books, and they might just accidentally set off one of these fucking things. And we can code that in. If when a spell book casts a spell, here we go, flying books. So a flying spellbook in Vagabond. I don't know that we want to keep doing flying spellbooks because they can get out of control really quick. They can dish out upwards of like, I think it's 3 and 4d6 damage.
Oh shit.
Yeah. They can only do it once, but all that once might be all they need. There's also,
depends how much they go against. That can add, like, even if it's just that first round, and you still have the rest of the dungeon to get through.
Yeah. How do the players learn that before triggering it? Oh, like with these, they can just wait and watch as like one of these spell books flies into one and just like. You're getting the vibes of the library from Discworld with the flying books. I need to fucking read all of Discworld. I have so much on my TBR.
Have you read any Discworld?
No, I've got the first 2 books over here.
Stupid man.
Dude, you know how much fucking reading I do? And like, how do I have any time to write fucking scripts for my goddamn YouTube channel?
There is so much good shit. Not every book is created equal in Discworld. Like, he had his winners. He had his, like, not as much winners.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's
start with the guards. What, for
That's
Discworld?
what most people suggest to start with. I think guards is actually one of the earliest ones, but a lot of people suggest starting with it.
The Color of Magic. That's one of the ones I have over here.
I think The Color of Magic is actually the first one I read.
Because that's the one everyone told me to pick up.
Color of Magic's definitely one of the better ones, and it introduced, like, did it introduce Rincewind? I don't remember when he was introduced, but like, I mean, one of the best characters ever created in media.
Oh, you think?
He's just awesome.
Where do I have that? Yeah, I have Discworld somewhere around here.
Yes, he did first appear in The Color of Magic, which makes sense.
Yeah, I haven't.
1983. Whoa.
Oh, when it
That's when it came out.
wow.
It
So
is
origami golems.
same age as me.
Womp womp.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's funny to me is like they still stick with like the they still stick with like the 80s covers. Ratchet Discworld.
Oh yeah, is it Cohen or Cohen, the geriatric barbarian?
Ooh, wait.
I love that character so much.
Oh, they have been changing it. Ooh, I like these new covers. I mean, it looks very, it's very flashy. Dude, that a wizard's novel. So is it start with the color of magic or guards?
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's not like a central storyline to most of the books.
Oh yeah, it says this is book 8.
Yeah, but there's very few books you need to read in order. Like, doesn't matter that much.
Okay.
I would personally say the color of magic. I know Guards is one of the classic suggestions. It's also a very, very good book, but I'd probably personally say the color of magic.
Well, I have it somewhere here. I just need to read it. Okay, C5. Kind of making sure I key these correctly. Okay. So there's a couple of different monsters I am using in this. So one of the other things that I really like trying to emphasize with the kind of theme here is I like body horror via chimerism. Not body horror via, oh, gross, you're warped into this thing. It's like, no, these are like hybrids and mixes and like, and that's why the monsters are like chimeras, medusas, manticore, amphitheres, floating eyes, right? Like I wanted to go for the like weird fantasy feel. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying to kind of reinforce that where I can. So with the ruptured area. So I said that this was like an aviary where there were the aviary was the excuse to have a bunch of these flying enemies that were like out here near the shit. Although I could swap it over into floating eyes and it just be like while they're trying to move across, there's just these obnoxious eyes that like put them to sleep or stun them while they're like mid jump, and I think that's probably a little obnoxious. But the amphitheres are like easier to just kind of deal with because they're just flying snake dragon things. A harpy does fit the chimera vibe, and I think I would like to put the harpies on a peak over here.
I like the amphitheres in that area.
Yeah.
Oh, same vein of, I don't know if you've read them or not. Have you read any of the Xanth series by Piers Anthony?
Mm-mm.
No? Really? Come on.
Yeah. Dude, okay, so like start naming some...
He calls it the Xanth trilogy. There's currently 47 books in the trilogy.
Wow. Holy shit.
But it's still a trilogy.
Yeah, so my fantasy reading is like, okay, so I've read Lord of the Rings, and this is just read, not that I'm aware of or that I whatever. So I've read Lord of the Rings, the First Law trilogy by Joe Abercrombie, Mistborn trilogy by Brandon Sanderson, Red Wall. I'm still working through Wizard of Earthsea. I'm still working on Stormlight Archive. Oh crap! Now I'm looking over here. I have not read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy yet. Huh. I have it. I do have it. I've read through 2 Isaac Asimov books, and I'm kind of exhausted on the guy.
I'm torn on Asimov. When it was for like the old school science fiction writers, Heinlein was more, I think, more my pace.
Yeah. I have the Grishaverse I need to read. See, I read a lot more one-off fantasies, I kind of feel like. I have the Dresden Files up there. I've read through 2 of the books, and I kind of felt like, oh, okay, I get what this vibe is about. Probably not really my bag, but you know what? It's there. Okay. I've got Conan right there. I've got Dune right there. Haven't read Dune.
I think it's because I grew up like my mom and grandparents and stuff. They read a lot of like the longer series. So like I read through a lot of Pern and the Heralds of Valdemar and all those like long ass series.
Yeah, the Summoner series by Taron Matthew. I'm not familiar. Yeah, I've got Gideon the Ninth down there. I need to get to. I've got everything that Michael Moorcock wrote. I have now, and I'm reading through Elric at the same time I'm doing a bunch of other shit. I read a lot. But reading Elric at the same time that I'm going through Stormlight Archive it's a chore.
I can't do multiple books at once. I can't do that.
Oh, really?
No, I mean, I'm a really fast reader, so even if it's a thick book, like I'll get it done in like a day or 2 usually.
I get that. I absolutely 100% get that. I kind of just go with whatever I feel like reading at the moment. And sometimes I just chew through an entire book in a night. Piranesi, dude, I read through all of Piranesi in 10 hours. That book was phenomenal. Holy shit. I read through House of Leaves in 3 days. That was another book that it was just like, wait, have you read House of Leaves?
Yes.
Oh, what's your take on it?
Been a hot seconds that I read.
Yeah. I mean, but like, do you have an overall good impression of it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, it's not my usual fare.
Oh, it's no one's usual fare.
But I mean, it was a book. It was pleasant. It was it was readable.
So you, I mean, at the end of it, you still felt everything was all good?
I mean,
because it sounds like you have apprehensions, and that's interesting.
It was. I mean, once again, it's not my usual. Remember, like most of the books I read are like hard sci-fi. So
yeah,
definitely not my normal. I don't know. It's not something I would read again.
Yeah, I don't know that I would read it again. I would probably analyze it. Deathgate. I do have Deathgate Cycle actually up here too. I have Dragonlance that I've been meaning to actually read before I get into anything deeper with Weiss and Hickman. House of Leaves for me was it's the most active reading I've ever done, I feel like. And in doing that, it is quite the fucking chore of something that is hard, not hard to read, but just it's trying to demand attention from you.
Yeah.
And I can understand that some people feel that that's just too much.
It's not one of those things I feel like I could just sit down and be like, I'm just going to read this.
Yeah.
Like, it's the type of thing where you're like, I'm going to read it for a bit and then I'm going to go do something.
Yeah, if you're not really familiar with why we have this, like, kind of talk about this book, it's because this book looks like this. This is how House of Leaves is written.
I wouldn't call it a chore, but it's not a normal, like, sit down and read novel.
It's more of an activity, and it's really involved.
Yes.
And Yeah, sometimes you get
famous for that.
pages that just look like this.
The thing that
And
mystifies me is apparently he originally, I think he wrote, didn't he write it by hand and then they put it into type or something like that?
it wouldn't surprise me. Like, it doesn't surprise me at all to think that, like, maybe that was the way that things went down. He has no wait. Jonathan, what's his name? Saffron Foyer has a book that is hole punched, and yeah, Tree of Codes. Yeah, they could only make so many copies of this book because of the way that it had to be cut. I said hole punch. Yeah,
I
that
like
whole
experimentation with it though. It's like the Mr. Be Gone by Clive Barker. Like, it's not a normal book. It's
yeah.
I don't mind them experimenting. It's like, but once again, just like that, Mr. Be Gone is not a type of book I'd probably read again.
Right. Yeah, I do think that this is cool and interesting to see how they work this out. But I can't imagine being the publisher looking at this and just being like, you motherfucker. Like, really, this is what we're printing? Okay. But I guess it's a quicker read because they only printed half the book, right? Like, they didn't print on the back of any pages. Yeah, so I'm like, that's maybe, yeah. It's like Mark Borg the novel.
Yeah, really.
Oh, that's good. Yeah,
All right.
because
I've got a jet. I gotta go measure a house to build a wall. So,
well, fine. You want to let people know where they can find you and all that good business?
oh yeah, you can find me on the YouTubes or pretty much any social media really as Kedhup, QEDHUP. You can see my name on the screen there, and you can also find me on my Ko-fis or coffees, or I still don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. Also as Kedhup, and that is where you can only give a couple of bucks for this Canuck for some brewskis if you like my channel stuff, but also if you like some of my books, you can my Void Home thing is I've got this like gritty, I've like gritified the cipher system for Void Home, and it's just like, I don't know, gritty sci-fi. Check it out, it's my thing. I'm a little out of it today. I'm not selling this well. But
You're
check
okay.
out all my shit. Just look for Kedhup at anywhere, whatever.
Yeah, brother. All right, man. Well, you go have a good day making your bookshelves or whatever it is you're making, and
Walls.
Your
Look at
walls.
this walls.
We're gonna. I'll see you after this fucking Kickstarter hits $4 million. Apparently.
Yeah. All right. Later, bud.
All right, later, dude. My. Oh, right on. All right, we're gonna get back to working on this thing. Finally, Discord has fixed. Wait, what? What could be rolling in? What? What's happening with Among Us? What? That was not a phrase I thought I was gonna have to say. What? Among Us is making a weird announcement? What? Where's the Among Us game? Is there? What could be rolling? What? What is this tweet? I'm always really careful about showing anything on stream about. What could be rolling in? Oh no. Wait. Is this that? No, they're doing a Five Nights at Freddy's tie-in. No, wait, unrelated? Oh god, I have no idea. Oh, rolling in. People think that it might be Critical Role. Really? What? Why? Wait, what? Wait. Something could be rolling in. What? It's pretty clear if you know C3 characters. Okay, I don't. Wait, so this is Critical Role? Okay. Well, really? So, yeah, I don't know Campaign 3 characters. I'm familiar... yeah, so Veth... Oh, no, wait. No, wait, I don't know who that is. Because it's supposed to be Vex and Vax, right? Those are charter and NPC names? London is known for a rock hammer... Oh, wait. For a rock hammer in the hair and a flying rat familiar. Fernie has the fire monkey. Oh, wait! I remember the hair thing! Oh, wait! Oh, what? Oh, how bizarre! Yeah. Jester's cave. Yeah. Veth is. Oh, okay. That was fucking not. Yeah. What? That's fucking hilarious. That is so goddamn funny. Has there... So they posted that 5 hours ago. Boy, that's fucking funny. I hope it's true. I have no idea if it's true. I hope it's true because that would be hilarious. Oh yeah, it'll make bank. Oh yeah, that'll fucking clear. Okay, what am I getting tagged in over on Twitter? Yeah, I was about to say, there's, someone is saying that the Stormlight isn't based off of Shadow of the Demon Lord, and I'm like, wait, how is it not? Yeah, it's almost beat for beat. They're taking Shadow of the Demon Lord and, like, updating it. And again, not like that's a bad thing, I'm just saying. Yeah. Jesus, guys. That's so wild. Yeah, what am I getting tagged in on Twitter? Oh, no, Taron, for your sanity never look. Yeah. Okay. That is super funny. Wow, yeah, I was just not expecting that collab. That's hilarious. Okay. So now I like the idea of the aviary. One of the things I had in mind, we're doing really well on coming up with shit for Crook. Okay, so you get dropped into a pool of something, right? So if you get dropped into this pool area, going to C1 or C-1, Okay, we'll put in the cross-reference and shit later. Pool of Death. Okay, so homunculi. Just like you get dropped into a pool and there's just a bunch of weird little like ah! Guys, get me out! There's a bunch of living hot dogs down here. Look, if it gets that reaction from me, we have to do it, right? Yeah, there's a bunch of fucking homunculi down in a little pool. Do I know the homunculus YouTube channels? I'm pretty fucking sure I know what you mean there. The homunculi, yeah. There have to be a bunch of these down here. Let's roll some dice and find out. Because they're not really severe in Vagabonds. I didn't know if that was Amanda coming home or what. Alright, I'm going to roll 3d6. See what we get. And this is an upper level adventure. But the person who winds up getting dunked down here is just gonna be... That's not fortunate, is what I would say. 3, 3, 4, so 10? Yeah, to make it look like they're growing a homo. Yeah. 10. Homunculi. Okay, hang on. I actually got to take him outside. It's been a minute, so yeah, let me get him out there for a break. You guys be good, peeps.
Dwarf goblins.
Okay, sorry for the inconsistency, but you all are gonna have to see me doing a uniform change. I mean, I've already done it, but you know. So, I go outside, right? I go outside, and I'm letting the dogs out, and I'm like, all right, cool. So here in Oklahoma, apparently, I don't know if this isn't super usual in a lot of other places, as I learned in Indianapolis. I'm taking the dogs out. I am gonna go take a whiz while I'm out there, right? So I'm out there doing the thing, and a fucking wasp starts flying, like, right within, like, real close to the business, alright? I immediately recoil, and I am trying to get back away from this thing, and just sending piss everywhere. So, had to change. But Apollo was just watching me like... Oh, Christ. Oh, man, this is... What a day already. Okay. Yeah. Shoot the wasp. Alright. Also, hang on, let me do this. Also getting my lunch in. Okay. Now, whatever that means for the system that you're playing with, we'll do the, it's in homunculus area, in the, you just, you get dropped into a pool of rabid babies, like, Well, it's actually terrifying because the bite melee attack D3 and one day passenger becomes sick and unconscious until, yeah, they just like fucking drown in it. Like, oh! Or they just keep on biting you? My God. Okay. Whatever falls in. Wait, what? No. Go away. There's gotta be something funnier to call this. You love that you're helping? Well, I love you helping too. That is so fucking funny. What happened? Dude, he fell into water and a bunch of weird babies fucking bit him. Yeah, oh god, can we just have like homunculuses running around? I think it's funnier if they are part of the random encounters and they're just found out there in the wild. I don't know why this is so fucking funny to me. What would it I think the Medusas. I think we get rid of the Medusas and we just do like 3d6 homunculuses. Just like Edward disapproves. Oh man. You could just like you just see like 18 little like fucking homunculuses running up over the hill. It's like, oh shit. Oh Christ, that's good. Okay. Now, Rook, we have to figure out a bit more from Rook's theme. You all know Crooks, because Crook is more of the like, okay, we get it. This is a kind of eldritchy, kind of cartoony horror. One of, let's see here, 10. One of the things I want to try and reinforce. There's windows in like, there's windows in every floor of Rook, so you can always, yeah, there are windows to every floor of Rook. The players can break one to enter at any time. All right, well, all the windows are considered, all the windows are consecrated, stained glass of various holy symbols and various faiths. The windows on stories 4 to 6 have been shattered by the rupture in Rook. Or in Crook. Cells built to contain magical creatures. Cells are made of cold iron and silver bars. Okay. Why not do the opposite of Crook? Because we have the wait. Why not do the opposite of Crook? Not sure I totally get that. Yeah, Holy Tower. I think it's interesting if maybe they are divine, but like we also still have to like keep it in the idea of they're building the wish machine, right? So what are some of the aspects? This is why like we have over here the unicorn prison. This is a metal cube made of solid cold iron, and this is actually going to be an homage to the SCP Foundation. Particularly my favorite SCP article of all time. Now, I thought this could be cool. I may decide to not make it a unicorn and go with something that's more of like a forest spirit. But at least with a unicorn, the precedent is set in there that they can heal all sickness, like potentially revive things, right? Crook is by a mad mage and Rook is by a holy mage. I think of it like Crook is by a cursed mage, and Rook is by a... But, I mean, this is all up to anybody's interpretation, right? What about a guillotine for murdering angels? I hadn't really thought so far about killing angels or anything quite like that. However, that would be a hell of a revelation if there was an angel in here as well, because this is the big thing we have to think about. Is there's these two things in here. So somewhere near the top of Rook is more specialized as a prison than Crook is. Crook is like a weird experimentation and like the main engine for this thing. And Rook is like the prison where they can try to get these things, right? SCP-5761. SCP-5761. The satellite? SCP-5761 just says it's the International Space Station. Dude, they are so hitting 4 million within the hour. But yeah, I was thinking as soon as people got off work. Wrong number. Maybe. You sure? I think... Huh? Wait, what? What do you... What? That just looks like skibbity toilet word spam. Exploring the SCP Foundation, SCP-5761 when the imposter is sus 2, Nightmare Hour. Electric Boogaloo. Would it be here? No, 4,000. So here. Megalomania. We're looking for... Do you remember the name of it at all? Here, I'm just going to look up SCP Twins. Okay, that's a little bit rough. Because there's a bunch of, There's a bunch of 9/11 SCPs. Brothers? What? SCP Tower Defense Roblox? No. Oh, SCP-5761. Was that not the one that we were just looking at? No, wait, that's the exact one we were just looking at. Wait, what? Okay, so it must be a lower part of it, 5761. Wait, that is it. Chart the progression. Okay, so it's... about Among Us. Oh, no. Well, that's the second coincidence we've had about Among Us and 9/11 today. So, where's it? You're gonna drop a link on Discord? I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm kind of interested. But the one I want to take a look at that is my favorite SCP of all time that inspired the cell I'm currently writing. Here. We gotta go all the way to the bottom. Yes. Fucking best. Holy shit. Best article I think that they've ever written for the SCP catalog. Yeah, for those of you that aren't familiar with this one, this is I could go on and write an entire adventure around this one entry right here. So SCP-2845 is called The Deer. The fan art of this alone, oh god. Yeah. There's like 2 or 3 pieces that I'm like, I want to own them. Yeah, The Deer is the best article I've ever seen. I love, yeah, this piece right here. Oh shit, that's so good. Like, so some people keep it with like the kind of Pokemon-esque look, right? Where they're like, "Aw, this is adorable," right? But the article, this is not an adorable creature. Yes, like this is the kind of shit. I'm like, yes, that is Arcfey. Please, I would love to play like a fucking D&D campaign where this is my goddamn big bad evil guy. But right. The article is so good. If you're just into magic systems or like what makes a magic system or whatever, the article is primo. The entire idea behind SCP-2845 is it's a creature that seems to only be limited in basically dominating the world or taking whatever over simply because we do something to appease it. And whatever that thing is, okay, now we're getting into the furry stuff. The idea is everything that it takes in order for you to do this stuff, like it's a very intricate, big procedure, right? It's a very intricate, big procedure that all winds up in what sounds like a bunch of pagan rituals, right? Yeah, I mean it's the SCP catalog though. I mean, to anybody that's not familiar with the SCP catalog, it's gonna get into some dark shit. It does. Whoever wrote this though, fucking brilliant, because this is that really cool merger of like the Cabin in the Woods style horror, where hours, repeated every few hours, yeah. If you've ever watched like Cabin in the Woods has a brilliant third act, and this feels like this hits that vibe of government and pagan elder god horror in such a fucking cool way. Yeah, so this is a god that essentially the deer is some type of a elder god that they haven't been able to figure out like what it wants. It hasn't told them much of anything. It's just straight up like for whatever reason, the thing that works for them is doing some sort of a ritual, and they're kind of questioning whether or not it's the ritual that works or like what. It's a really interesting and compelling article, but it had such a big impact on me, and the like artwork of it is such a cool visual. I'm like, I have to throw one in. It's not the ritual that works. Oh yeah, that's the other thing with the SCP article. Some people add on to this stuff too. At the time I read it, yeah, it's that the deer thinks that the ritual should work. Right. Okay. Yeah. So it's like the horror behind it is the only thing preventing this thing from just doing whatever it wants to do is that we've convinced it that this works. And we don't know, but like because of the extremes that we go to, whatever we do is so severe and so extreme, it convinces it like that alone is enough to convince it that like it can't do the Warhammer 40k orc magic. Yeah. No matters created during the process. It's so fucking crazy. It's so cool. I love that one a lot. I love this article so much. I wanted to give it a little bit of an homage in here, which is what I was doing with the Unicorn's Prison. So some of the things that are in here that you'll find on the shelves and like with the tools, the shelves, these are going to be things that you can find in the SCP article, like that they say, is used in the ritual. The tools are going to be like hammers, the instruments, things like that. I had debated whether or not I wanted it to be a unicorn or potentially even some type of a phase spirit. I think that it totally vibes as a unicorn, and like not explaining what any of this shit is. And just the people that get it, they get it. If not, you move on, right? But this room just needs to be weird. And I think that this is like a perfect spot to throw in that homage. So I'm looking at like what all, and I'm sorry for anybody I keep flashbanging. Yeah. So we need Masks. Joy, sadness, anger, apathy, and foolishness. So... Ooh. Okay, so we need to put masks up in the room. Yeah, an Eldritch Unicorn. Yeah. Okay, we're in this. They are. Okay, so we have. We can make this homage more subtle. Yeah, we're working on the creepy thing, right? Okay, we don't mind. Boards of Canada, we're coming on. Is that the unicorn's name? Yes. Oh, later, Phil. Yeah, I'm so glad someone finally watched it. Yeah. I just... Look, this is me writing this at 3 o'clock last night, and I thought this would be hilarious. The unicorn's name is La 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 La. So, yeah, if that comes up, there it is. Yeah, but that's not the full name. Yeah. Yeah, I just felt like doing something. Whenever I tell you guys, like, this is where you get a lot more of, like, where my sense of humor kind of kicks in for adventure writing. This is it, right? You should include the gesture of putting your finger in your ears. Joy, sadness, anger, apathy, fear, and foolishness. All right. Joy. So, like... So we can come up with the names of... Put anxiety in there as well, go full inside out. Well, yeah, so it's supposed to be the homage to that SCP, right? But we need to make sure that it's subtle. Happiness. Despair. Oh, by the way, to anybody who's wondering, the SCP catalog is all in, like, Creative Commons. So this is why the SCP catalog comes up as a fairly common TTRPG project idea. Anger? We'll put rage. Sure. Apathy. That's so interesting. What is the expression of apathy? What's the... Use synonyms. Yeah. So... represent? Oh, yeah, no, we're still working on it. Rage. So we have despair, dread, or fear. Happiness, rage. Apathy is... That's such an interesting one to include as an expression. What does a mask of apathy look like? Stoic? Stoicism? I guess that works. Despair, dread, happiness, rage, stoicism, foolishness, idiocy? Foolishness, or God, that's good. Ownership and copyright. Oh yeah. Oh man. Talk about the worst situation involved. That actually all went down while my YouTube channel was like starting to finally kick off. And I remember I wanted to do an SCP catalog thing for a Halloween deal, and it was like it happened right after that, and I was like, God, I wish I had said something. But yeah. Stoicism, foolishness. Immaturity is not an expression. Playfulness. Rage and stoicism. Okay, so despair. I'm just trying to think of another. So despair, dread, wooden masks. Labeled with various characters. Okay. Despair could be the Griever, Dread, so the Coward, the Mourning. There we go. Whoa, shit. Okay, happiness is the Fool. I guess we say that for idiocy or something, right? Playfulness. The Coward, the Fool, the Mourning, the so Rage, the Hateful. Okay. The Coward, the Fool. The Hateful, the Mourning, the Stoic. We're missing happiness. The Furious. The Wrathful. And just like that, you have a pantheon. Yeah, right? So we need happiness, right? The Jubilant. Right? Am I thinking about that right? That's what that word means, right? Wooden masks with various characters. The Coward, the Fool, the Hateful, the Jubilant, the Mourning, and the Stoic. Yeah, see, the fun thing is, the more kind of like, I say the more detail, the more like complexity we put into this room, people are going to be looking at it like, the fuck, something is in here. What is in here? What is up? If you keep the environment just sort of interesting, we don't really want to like distract people and think like, okay, we're stalling in here. We can't move on. What the fuck is happening in here? But I do kind of like the idea that this does mirror the SCP entry in a way. Right? Oh, you're right. No, wait, the Jubilant. Yeah. So what's actually in here? Why so much detail? So there's actually a unicorn that is trapped inside of a metal cube. The idea is that this unicorn is one of the ways they're imitating one of the powers of the wish machine. The wish machine is able to also like bring people back from the dead, cure any wound, like, you know. So, the PCs can free this thing? Yeah, possibly. I mean, you can do anything. The TTRPG. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Dice. Foolishness wears a crown. Ah. The fool. A crown. There we go. A crown is placed upon the fool. Aha! Maybe they should be a puzzle. The players are gonna think it is, right? So maybe it should. Because that's the thing, is now we're lining this up to where it feels like there wants to be a puzzle, right? I don't have one at the top of my head, but yeah. A flute, an oboe, a clarinet, a French horn, timpani, and a bass drum. We're going to leave these around. Look at that. Look at that. We're getting all kinds of cool shit just from this one article. Is there anything... So we'll just say a drum. How about in 2 drums? Timpani would be a little bit odd, I think. I don't think we say French horn, we say hunting horn. Or we could just say like sham. Clarinet. There's another word for this. I should reach out to Wally for help. Yeah, I think, well, Wally might be at work right now. To start doing something, you'd be like, that's exactly what, yeah. You know, that's kind of funny. Yeah, just see, like, whatever they do, that's what they needed to do. Yeah, that's the trick. Whatever they do, like we say, this is the thing, right? But it needs to have something that we're like, I'm not. Yeah, the unicorn is like, I don't know how to get me out. I'm just stuck. I'm just stuck. I don't know. And just have them go like, okay, so we're gonna take this crown over here. We're gonna take the crown right here, put it on top of the fool. I'm gonna go over here, play this flute, and pour olive oil all over 2 of the drums. Oh, how did you know? And it just like opens up for the fucking unicorn. That's awesome. And it's just like, it was like, oh, wait, what? What do you, wait, why did that work? Like, yeah, and I think that even plays more into the like bizarro shit with whatever's happening. I think we gotta do that. That is super good. I'm the last person to have used the instruments be here and dying of hunger trying to figure out. Oh my god. So we need this. Wait. The anything the heroes do involving or not involving that could reasonably count be considered to be a ritual using the items in this room interpreted as a ritual. Causes a seam to open in the door, in the yeah, just do something, yeah. Well, I mean, any kind of puzzle could be frustrating. Anything could be. You can't always just be like, we have to optimize, you know, the way that we're designing for absolutely every player out there, however it would go. I think that this is quite fine. However, cueing them in that like something should be done is fairly easy when you have a NPC in here. Like, anything they do. Anything. Bongus could be mad screaming, just do something. Yeah, it could be like, this is part of the cool thing with this. Wait, no, not optimizing. Just let them know that decision paralysis is not the way to go. I mean, I think in playing a game, they're going to know that they need to make choices. Content of gifts. Gifts must not exceed $4.28 US dollars in worth. We need a bowl of silver pieces. Bowl of 4 428 copper pieces. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Bind their feet with wool. So, binding their feet with wool. What can la 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 actually do? Yeah, they're a unicorn. I do think having it as a unicorn is interesting, but at the same time, we could really lean in. I think it would be too on the nose to just make it like some type of a... Okay, so here's the faction which that helps. Flock of the Horn. There are a bunch of wood elves who have grafted body parts of animals onto themselves. Some magic appears to allow the grafted appendages to work, right? So they live in the chimeric forest, which is, you know, we're talking about all the mutant-y shit and everything, right? The leader is la 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 la, right? And then Greta 3 Sphere. I just came up with a fucking druid-sounding name, right? Now, came up with their enemies and then their wants right here, okay? So what I like is maybe the idea that not necessarily that la 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 is a unicorn, Maybe they thought they were. What if they think? What if they think this is a unicorn? And it's just some dude that put a fucking... But, like, that's part of the reason why some of their ideas haven't worked, is because they thought they had a unicorn. I was like, it's not an inverted unicorn. They thought they had a unicorn, and instead it was, like, just some elf dude. God damn it. What would this be? What if it's actually centaurs? Ooh. Not elves, centaurs. Ooh. The brothers think it's a unicorn, and the faction just grafted a horn into a centaur. See, with it being a centaur, it's a little bit, I don't know. Only the horn that's been grafted needs to be magical. Maybe that's the case. Like, they couldn't find a unicorn, but they did find a centaur who crafted a fucking unicorn horn onto his head. Oh my god, that's good. Okay, I don't know who this other NPC is, but like Greta Three Spear is so fucking hokey fantasy name. God damn it. There's a collaboration for this adventure. I'm gonna see. We'll have that. Yes. A centaur with a grafted unicorn horn in his skull. What do we think is la 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 like man or woman? I think we go with woman. Yeah. Bojack? What? Oh, just Bojack Horseman. Yeah, it's just a dude with a horse's head. The what's this? What's the word for this? So it's like a cell, but it's also like the it's like a ritual something. Right, because that's like they're experimenting with it. You'll 100% buy this adventure physically. What if the two leaders were two halves of two beings? There's la 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 la, and then a la 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 la. Oh man. So it would be like Manatar Yeah, a unicorn head on a human body. You got some time of work so you get to stream out or we're doing good, man. We are also. Wait, have they passed 4 mil? Are we there yet? Holy fucking shit. Wow. And the bottom is a human head on a horse body. Oh, I've got a much more horrifying one than that. Ooh. A human head with 6 horse legs. People showing that you might have to copyright strike yourself for your own rating. How's it going, Brian, man? Hope things are doing all right. Oh yeah, by the way, Brian, I got to show you something. Yeah, here you go. And I had joked with you about this. Yeah. So I did get this set up. You know, we got if they thought they could deter us, they have only made us stronger. I gotta figure this light out though. This light reflecting off the book is not ideal. So I'm trying to figure out like if I could do this maybe or something. Why isn't that available? Oh, the quick start. We had a transparency issue. I'll show you. Yeah, I could get a diffuser. So I'll show you because I don't mind doing the flip through. Right? Oh, it looks so pretty. Oh, right. Okay. You all might not be able to see this, but as soon as I point it out, it's gonna bug you because it bugs me. Okay. I didn't realize that I had fucked up the layers on this. Right. You might not be able to see right here. Oh, come on. Okay, so that's a creature. Yeah. Okay, so you see right here, there's a line, right? This, whenever I point this out, I'm like, you all would probably not be bothered by this. It is a usable book. It is 100% a usable book. Okay, the problem is the transparencies were not applying correctly. And there are white boxes around a lot of the pictures. And that was gonna bug me. So I'm trying to correct that. It doesn't show on like this one right here, totally fine, right? There's a quest, right? See how, okay, it's more present right there on that floating eye. But see, that's a problem for me. Yes, I am a perfectionist. This is my first outing with making a fucking game. Yeah, no, I'm gonna worry about it. See, like right here? It looks damn fine. So, I'm trying to correct those problems. You know, and yeah, I'm working with drive-thru on that. They did send me... I have a new version of it coming in. However, I will say, the things that look really good to me are, I was super impressed with how Maxwell's artwork looked on this one. Like, oh. Look at that. Guys, this is drive-thru's print production. Like, Lightning Source's print is not supposed to look this good. Oh God. How late am I gonna stream today? Oh, I have no idea. I'm kind of working on a thing right now, but yeah. You got a question about the art for the merchant? Okay, ask away. Yeah, this could be your 50th book and a small issue will claw out your brain. Yeah, I've also updated some stuff about the core. There was one one-legged elf in a previous Vagabond version. What? Wait. What? Yeah, it's Prince on demand. I'll be getting more loud about it. I was gonna do a video formally announcing everything, but then I found out about the transparency issues and everything. A Maxwell picture of a one-legged elf carrying a bunch of stuff on his back. I don't remember that. That used to be the art. I think he said no. I don't. I mean, at least to my knowledge, unless I'm just totally forgetting something, that hasn't been a piece of art. Yeah, I'm not super sure, actually. Now you got me really racking my brain. I genuinely don't know. That doesn't even sound remotely familiar to me. God, that is really cool. Wait, see this? Where I can do that clean, like, transition while I'm still talking to you all. And I'm like, here, this is the real world right here, right? We're talking about things. Look at this. I can do card tricks. Yeah, right? And then we go over here. Bam, we're right back on the computer. Oh, this feels so cool. I love having, like, this feels like a dashboard. I'm manning a fucking spaceship. How are we looking? Oh? Wait, why did I get mentioned? Oh, thank God. Okay, they're thinking they're admins. Wait, how is this related to TTRPGs? It's yeah, I wonder if they're gonna say something. Yeah. Is that OBS? You mean, what am I doing? Oh wait, you talking about Vagabond being on one bookshelf or something? Or something else? Like, how am I doing all this? So, right now, like, this is just a webcam. See? Right? So, that's just a webcam that I have. Okay, so the video is set up. Right. Okay, so it's all handled in Streamlabs, which is just an OBS clone, right? Or theft, I guess you could say. Here you go. Okay. The transition and whatnot. Yeah, here, I'll show you. Look at this. Ooh, right. Okay, so this is handling all my scenes and everything. Whenever I do the scene transitions to do the fade out, that's all handled by this right here, the edit scene transitions. And I can just choose fade in between. I can also choose movement, like that right there, right? Yeah, infinite Taron. So, I can do, that's all just handled through these scenes right here. If I go to Facebook Cam, see, what do you know? Ooh, right? So this is actually a scene that I built with like the 2 cameras. I wanted to do it like this to be able to do the live stream stuff, especially with the flip throughs now, because we're going to make this industry standard, bitches. We're just going to make it to where this is so normal, like in the TTRPG scene, that it's like, yeah, like you don't do flip throughs? What are you talking about? Everyone does flip throughs. Watsy, stop being so weird. We're we're gonna pull some of that strategy now. What do you mean? It's weird if you don't allow flip throughs. Let me see if this will. Does that improve it? I can't tell. I think that it kind of does, but whenever we actually get to it, oh yeah, no, that does look good. Yeah. Yeah, you mean you don't allow flip throughs? Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this actually. And it turns out, boy, I'm probably gonna talk about building one of these too in the future. For anybody that wants to do like book flip throughs, the setup I have right here is kind of dope, and you can build it for like maybe $80. The book light that I have right here. Whoa, right? This is just like a bar book light that clamps onto the desk. And then the webcam is mounted through just literally like a little clip-on one that like, I've got to share the info on this. It's so much easier. It is so much easier. I didn't have to build anything. I brought this big ass bitch over thinking that I was going to have to like build a whole mount with the webcam and it was going to be so fucking just gross looking. Turns out, no, it's actually pretty sleek over here. I just can't really get a good, right? So like here, here's the book camera. It's just a tiny boy. It is a tiny little mount right there. And this, wait, here we go. This is also, it doubles as a desk light. It's like so out of the way. I love this. And if we go, ooh, how many companies can we get mad at us today about copyright issues, huh? Do we think Stockholm Cartel will be mad if we did a flip through of Heretic? Gasp! PDFs made everywhere. Thousands of dollars lost. People dead. Pirate Borg? Gasp! Lemithrion? Oh no! Cancer! Everyone has cancer. Oh no! JBC Perry? Oh man. Yeah, I'll just start pulling out some free league games. How about that? There we go. Can't wait to see opening a book and getting cancer does track for Mark Borg, though. That's true. That's true. All right. Can't wait to see human head with 6 horse art, even just spider legs. Yeah, I don't know if this will make it in, but you know, I thought it was funny. Okay. So the harpies, we got that. I like that now we've added something in for the peak that isn't just like, hey, it's a peak. Couple things I'd want to be doing is Harpy Summit. All right, so I like the fact that we are going with all of these weird, bizarre monsters that are all nice and creepy, right? I like to have at least something that's kind of happening over in one of these areas. For the harpies, I don't know, they have a nest. What else could it be? Not entirely sure. Probably have to come back to that later. The Ruin Plains, I love this idea. I'll just kind of read the description of it real quick. If this one doesn't make it in, it's still like something I think could be really fun for its own separate adventure. An ancient battlefield littered with rusted weapons, bone-filled armors, and bizarre artifices of a forgotten age. So, a part of me thinks that people are going to be expecting that to... oh, no, wait. I know what's going on. I know what's up now. The magic... Ooh, why is it doing that? No, that's gross. Don't do that. Thank you. From the towers... has brought many ancient machinations to life. Oh, there we go. So, Oregon. I don't know, I've never driven through it. That rough? It looks pretty though. If you got to deal with oh, that guy. Oh no, that's for the that's not for the merchant. No, that's an alchemist. Yeah, he's got a peg leg. No, wait, yeah, I think it's a peg leg. As a merchant? Yeah, because that was originally the art for the animator alchemist. Yeah, I'm not against the idea of using it. It is a little bit darker for a merchant that I think is like kind of fun. And kind of, I don't know, a little bit of a goofy ball, you know? But yeah. So what has come to life over here? So we can think golems. It would be fun to actually just have an outdoor encounter with a bunch of these golems. Or what if it's like animated armor? How much animated armor can we throw at motherfuckers? No, I don't think we're gonna go with zombies. Zombies are just kind of a little. I think they're a little below the punching weight here. I want to try to avoid throwing in zombies just kind of everywhere. What level is this designed for? Usually, I just said mid-level, so somewhere around like 5th and up. So we're gonna go. I need to correct this. I know. I've seen it. D4, huh? I forget there's like porny moans in that song. Poison and psychic that it's immune to. Yeah, what if it's that? It's that there's a pulse that got sent out, and then animated armor. Nine health. Yeah, that's an easy encounter. We're actually going to go with 2d4. We're just going to double it. What else we got? Everyone here is zombies and imagine medium-sized undead humans instead of, for example, any other magical creature that's been brought back to life. Yeah. Common issue. The bone golem is kind of funny. We could say that it's just like this weird configuration of bones out there. I like the Joust Guardian. Yeah. Joust Guardian. What's the... I do like the zombie minotaur. Well, no, I like the skeletal minotaur for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why the skeletal minotaur rather than the zombie minotaur. Although a minotaur does have this feeling of like being just ancient. Stone golem. $13, $11. So this, we really have this as a 3.0? Hmm. Your first heard of a zombie minotaur you found in Discord? Ah, there we go. So this is okay. So this is something that I'm happy to see now. The store page. Okay, so we have multiple people reporting they're seeing different shit on Shopify. So whenever they buy Vagabond, they're reporting that they're seeing different, like, information come up when they put the order in. And they're not able to go back to it to get their download again. I am super confused by that. I have got to get on the horn with Shopify about that. Figure out what the hell's happening. You posted it in general. Good. Wait, we have a scammer in the server? Oh, cool. Okay, so that's somebody that's... Hey, Crow, are you still in here? I didn't know if you were still around. I know you just uploaded a video, but, if you were hanging out... It sounds like there's somebody who we have a, that's in both of our servers. Oh, that is cool. Yeah, that the zombie minotaur thing is super dope. Okay, I guess he's probably doing some other shit. Okay. Well, no idea what's going on there. The Iron Golem is gonna hit really fucking hard. Although I think we do need something that is like... Yeah, just having golems wandering the field is kind of cool. Iron Golem. Although the thing that has me worried about that is... What is that to 5e? Oh, fuck. I don't want to screw with that. Yeah, we could do 2D, or like 3d6 flying swords. That's a cake one. I'm looking at the Iron Golem's challenge rating for 5e. Yeah, 16. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, I mean, we only do the one. Living statue. So we have quite a lot of the golems, and... Does Vagabond have a corpse carrier? You mean like the, cadaver collector? We don't at the moment. Yeah, you mean the cadaver collector. No, I haven't really done that yet because it was originally made for Everon. How about Gargoyle? I gotta put Rumptafussels in the forest. Ah, what? Oh, we get rid of the floating eyes here. Oh wait, shit. Yes. What are these encounter tables for the hex crawl? Yeah, I was kind of looking for some fucked up Fae there. But we're looking for like ones that are on like a battlefield, I guess. Oh, a will-o-wisp. That's kind of cool. How many though? D4? 40 fucking health, man. Yeah. D4 will-o-wisps. That's... Boosh! One D4 minus one. Well, then you have the potential to hit a null result with ones. And I know you can just say, well, at least there's one, but yeah. This isn't really nearly as rough as something like this over here. Okay. Yeah, 1D3. Yeah, I'm trying to stick to what the number of hearing is showing right here, where I can. Waddle, Deathbat, Imp, Floating Eye, Dimension Ripper. The Dimension Ripper is cool as... I don't know what. Yeah, there's the Imp that's in here now. Is it? Hey, what up, Revan? What are we up to? We are writing an adventure. Hanging out. Doing all that good shit. Thanks for showing up. God, I really want to bring in this guy at some point. Oh, do we do it here? Do we do this here? This is like one of the more unique things to Vagabond. That before I clicked. Um, yeah, Stolas would be cool to have. Here we go. I think we can get rid of the Manticore. Yeah, Stolas. Reroll on repeats. Yeah, so this could be another thing where they're like, hey, they also hear about this other issue where one of the philosophers of the All-Seers died. And I like the cinematics going on with the Stargazing Hill. Stolas. Head oracles. Sure, he was known to be a cruel man. Use. Wait. Ooh. What's the overall premise of the adventure? It's gonna take a little bit to get into. I'm kind of on a thread I want to follow through. Yeah, there's another. Okay. If the little one is killed. Is attacked or otherwise harmed. This is just a minor, it's an NPC that I had in mind to just kind of give to that faction, yeah. We doing GM Prep professional version? No, I'm just writing an adventure. Just writing the damn thing. Okay, so the premise, a bunch of weird magic-y shit. Yeah. Yeah, so it's all based off of a dream that I had like 4 months ago. Wrote down, illustrated, and then finally like sat down to do this. And I'm just kind of letting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, no. Yep, there we go. Yeah, so it's more so that I'm just trying to get this all out of my brain onto the page and hopefully get a pretty cool little dark fucked up adventure out there for Halloween. Yeah. Best sources for adventures, really? Yeah. I would love to be able to print this before October. God, that'd be cool. Oh, fuck, that'd be cool. Like, really cool. It's just gonna take time. If I got it submitted right now, if I got it, like, proofed, checked out, submitted, I'd have to run at least 3 or 4 different sessions to try and make sure it's all play tested. If I submit it by the end of the month, It would be available for print on demand by the 10th of September. That would be goddamn dope to drop it while the Vagabond Quick Start is out there. But this is a mid-level adventure. How's it going, King Skelly Hands? Robotic Agent, have I seen that one? I've heard of it. In the September 19th. Maybe. For the YouTubes, aka if I have to bear these dreams, so shall you, yes. Plus it helps me to fund other ventures. Like more art and shit. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, Crow, if you're in here. It's like a Mega Man inspired TTRPG, that's funny. You love the more graphical Hexmith, by the way. Oh, I love these. I was inspired by what they're doing for Bastards. Oh, thank you. Sweet! Okay, so that's like verified, huh? Alright. Hilarious. Wait, why are we suddenly getting hit with a bunch? Sorry, one sec. Having to moderate. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, where'd they go? We put you back on the car ride to Gen Con. Okay. And that was who? Amelia Florence, huh? Hey! Oh, I see. Sorry, we gotta do a little work here. A van! What's Bastards? Bastards is a game. I'm sorry, I just... Bastards is a game by Micah Anderson. And it has a very clean, very simple presentation. There you go. Very clean, very simple presentation, and it tries to go all thrills, no frills. Micah. Yeah, this is one of the kind of best representations of doing a whole lot with a whole little. Woo! They're gonna fucking blow past the MCDM RPG. Holy fucking shit! Oh man. So Bastards in its presentation is an extremely clean dragon game like experience. And one of the things that Bastards really does extremely well is focusing on presenting practical information to you, not overwhelming you with like a lot of crazy pretty arts and whatever. It's like, we need to just deliver the information in this game and stop trying to sell you an art book, right? I really like the mentality there. I think that there's a lot to be said for either case, either doing a lot of art or not doing a lot of art, right? For me, I like the idea that I'm not exactly a great illustrator, but I can go over and make vectors like a motherfucker and at least get something that is the general good idea. I am really hoping that like some other people that are like in TTRPG tube also see me out here trying to like put my work out here like this, and maybe that gets them to also keep writing some shit. The people whose wallets can keep up with the Brando Sando publishing rate will pump a cost for TTRPG for sure. Probably. Not read any of the books yet. So I'm definitely picking up the Mistborn one. Plus, I mean, I just know people on the team, so I'm like supporting them there. Yeah. But I am very curious. Dude, holy fucking shit. Oh! Oh! Holy shit! Whoa! Holy shit! This is insane! $13,000 backers. Day 1. This is wild. Absolutely insane. Dude. Huge congrats to this team. Holy shit. At a certain number, this amount is just unbelievable. Oh, man. And that's just with this right here. So they've had quite a few people that have backed in at the big-ass tiers. What's like the biggest one that they have? Collector. Retailer pledge. Oh, dude. 100% they have a lot of people getting in on this. You got a +5 in design at least? Your vector work can be... well, shit. Thank you. Shit. Yeah. Thank you. It's just like not a number anymore. Yeah, that is... fucking wild. Man. I'm stoked for the team. That's insane. Like, God, where do you go from there? I mean, wait, do they have any more stretch goals? Or do they have any stretch goals? Oh, are they not doing stretch goals? I would be kind of cool with that, actually. Wait. Magic search fighting skills. Caw. Dude, come on. This looks so fucking cool. Yeah, and they're going to keep updating it all throughout. And again, I'm not sponsored. I know people who worked on this, and I'm very, very happy to see this is doing well. Yeah, the beta PDFs. I need to download this stuff and get onto it, but yeah. I want to see... So they don't have... September 2026. And Mistborn will be coming later. God! Wow. Yeah, so not going with stretch goals is definitely a move that I think is going to pay off. And I honestly think I would probably move towards if I were doing a Kickstarter. just for me, I get exhausted with having to keep adding more shit on. I just do. Yeah, and the graphic design work on all these promos is fucking clean, man. Yeah, this dude, congrats. Congrats. Oh, later, Axiom. Have a good night. Yeah, holy fucking shit, that's wild. Okay, so this is where I can put the faction information here. Here. Yeah. All Seers. I don't know that I'm gonna stick with this name, but it's the name that I came up with, so I've got it there. This faction is missing its leader, Flock of the Horn. The party may encounter. So we could get rid of the Stolas here because we're gonna do something else with that later. Manticore. Which, I'll bring the stat block for that over here later. By the end of the Kickstarter, I'm probably gonna side with Glicker here. That thing is gonna go for over 30 mil. Yeah, I'm curious if he's not. Is he streaming right now? Wait, did Justin Alexander covered 20 RPGs you need to play right now as a dig it, Watsy? That's funny. You can't talk about this book. Ah! Ah! Oh shit, that's good. Yeah, I can't talk about this book. I was looking for. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Oh, Crow's streaming right now. Okay. What's everyone doing while Taron's in the Dross Hate Second Monitor realm? I'm intending to get a physical model paintbrush there, and at least you just Didn't he have a controversy over the Hooj equating the Duchiness and renaming it? Look, I think calling that got way overblown. There was a fuck up that happened regarding like Justin's lawyer, from what I can tell, and like due to the advice that was told, he was recommended to not use the name of someone that was not directly involved with the book, and then that got turned into potentially dead naming someone or trying to do like gay erasure, and like I just think that like look, he does not appear to be a bad individual. From all intents and purposes, it looked like a drama bait. So his lawyer fed him over. It looked like an innocent, like, okay, well, this is what we thought would work. If it doesn't work, and then suddenly people on Twitter were like, yeah, but you're making more money than us, so like we're gonna keep dragging your feet over the coals over this thing right here. It wasn't bad. It was like, it was a fuck up, you know? I like raking him over the coals over that was like not helping anybody, you know? Plus, if I remember right, I mean, and this is just if I remember right, I believe he was in communication with Janelle's wife, and like everything seemed okay. Like, at least the correspondence seemed like he was doing everything the right way, and then suddenly Twitter took issue with it. Yeah. You love to say you want to be a game master book. It's a solid fucking book. Yeah, and I mean, him winning the ENnies this year just goes to show, like, guys, it's as extremely socially minded and conscious as the ENnies are about progressive issues and, you know, situations like this. Dude would not have been eligible had anybody done the investigation and found something they felt was actually reprehensible behavior. You know. Is there any reason for us to have this or really want this here? Okay. This should be if killed. Hi, Amelia. How about the next night? What? Huh? About that issue with just Alexander, and I know it seemed like it was something that was done deliberately, let alone maliciously. Nope. So the way that I guess, okay, so as far as I can like summarize what happened with that, and I'm just like, this is as somebody who was just watching the shit unfold on Twitter, and we're here talking, so like, yeah, what is the little one? It's an NPC. I don't know. They're like the leader. I just tried to come up with a name. The lead, Oracle of the All-Seers. Blind, mute, and blind, tongueless.
Beautiful place.
Yeah, no. Like, yeah. Bud, we just went outside. What are you doing? Are you in here whining? No, where'd you go? So like, really short, I guess, brief on that explanation. Okay, so I guess for those of you that don't know, there's a really big fucking problem that happens, about, like, LGBTQ creators, specifically around the, I mean, basically, it still happens today. But historically, a lot of gay creators have been erased from history books, or just any kind of accounts and credits just because they're gay. It's a version of gay erasure, right? So, this is a thing that is brought up fairly often when talking about how gay creators are credited, or it's a whole deal, right? So, originally, and I guess I have to say their name frankly because it explains some of the part of the controversy here. So, Janelle Jaquays was originally going by the name Paul Jaquays before she transitioned, and there's a whole big thing about that. There's a whole big thing around that where, what is it? The Champion Games, or what was the publisher? Hang on one sec. Was still publishing Caverns of Thracia with Janelle's dead name, right? And whenever it came up in credits, it was like, well, they're still using Paul in the credits, and it's like yeah. So that was always a big talking point around that book in particular. It's one of the reasons people have talked about doing a remaster, is to get a version of it that's more famous and well known than the original, right? So this has been discussed, but also one of the big things that Janelle is known for is something called Jaquazing the Dungeon. Okay, so what is Jaquazing the Dungeon? It just involves giving your dungeon more than one entrance, right? Up until a certain point, dungeons were just thought of as like, this is a path that they're going to go down, and like that's the fucking dungeon, right? So Janelle was the first person to really start emphasizing this mindset towards dungeon design as a means of making it feel a little bit more alive, right? Making it feel more like this is a living, breathing environment. So, Justin Alexander began calling this method of dungeon creation, Jaquaying the Dungeon, okay? So, this, Justin Alexander was the person who coined this, if I remember right. So, it was called this for a long time, Jaquaying the Dungeon, right? Now, from what I saw, at least just from, like, seeing what was said over on Twitter, I mean, I'm just re-speaking what was said on Twitter. So what I saw was that Justin Alexander was saying that there was some sort of a legal issue brought up with his publisher, where because this is somebody's name and that somebody is not participating with the book, and Janelle died about a year before the book was published, the publisher and the lawyers were pressing him to come up with something else instead, to use a different, like, word for this. So he put this. So, Xandering, if I'm remembering that right. And I guess it was named, like, after, or the idea was it was named after, like, the Alexandrian, Xander, right? Xandering. However, I don't think that this is, like, a totally horrible, like, rename in a way, because I think of, like, X-and, right? As in, like, a logic gate potentially giving you more options to potentially do the same thing. I don't know, I'm also not an engineer, and so I could be totally fucking wrong on that, but that's the way I was seeing it, right? But Xandering, so apparently it is having to do with Justin Alexander, right? Now, the critique for this came out in that this was a form of gay erasure, where, or queer erasure, where Justin Alexander was taking a credit away from an LGBTQ person, right? So, not only that, but the critique was that this is not the way that Janelle Jaquays wanted her name put into credits. She wanted Jaquazing, right? Because her last name is Jaquays. So, this started a whole big thing. Apparently, Justin Alexander had spoken with Janelle's wife and got the okay for this. and it was like it got blown up into a whole big thing where some people were calling Justin Alexander homophobic or transphobic, and it's Twitter, you know. This once I honestly think once people started to realize that like they were getting more attention with it, it started to kind of turn into another like, oh, okay, well, let's pile onto this guy, and it seems so fucking ridiculous. You know, whenever the reasonable, rational explanation is just that there was a misunderstanding and some lawyers were like, hey, we should probably not involve this right here. And yet it got twisted around. So that's the quote-unquote controversy. At least that from everybody I've ever heard that's had interactions with Justin Alexander, and from like him like speaking to me, seems totally fine, fucking pleasant. And whenever we have a lot of like actual hateful outspoken bigots in this scene, going after a guy that just like makes shit to make the game more fun and has been outspokenly like pro inclusion seems like it's just people trying to eat each other alive. It felt really, really weird seeing that. Yeah. Back to this project was a little one. Yeah, it's just an NPC I'm thinking of as like the leader for this thing. So I guess to tell you a little bit about this group right here. So what I have in mind for this faction, they are oracles that read the stars through blinded eyes, speak the future with tongueless mouths. What's like the cool like missing his ears. Here. So I don't know. This was a. I just tried to come up with an idea for some sort of a. I don't like to. I think once you write enough cults, it's like, okay, I'm kind of exhausted on writing cults. This feels. Are they culty? Yes, but are they a cult? No, not really. I like how weird this feels. Oracles that read the stars through blinded eyes, speak the future with tongueless mouths, and hear the truth unclouded. Ooh, like I like that. Like, listen with broken ears. Man, I broke my ear. Let me see who's contacting me. Yeah, people who call the Brandon Sanderson Cosmere books the most famous IP you've never heard of. Yeah. No, not ducking. I know what I wanted to type. Don't correct me. There we go. Leaders. Okay. to actualize the prophecy. Okay, so in case I guess some people may have seen this earlier, the All Mind is going to be the Sphinx that is in the Rook. So here's like kind of whenever I'm writing an adventure like this, I try to at least give a couple of different like, oh, these are weird things that could happen. Like these are weird things that could happen as they're exploring the world and whatever's happening here. It's not just wait, once I've done the C&D update, you're contemplating looking at making something more Australian-centric. So what these are going to be are like not necessarily side quests, but just other things you might be able to go into. So the Chimeric Forest, this is an area that represents these two hexes right here, right? I want you to be able to probably play this thing and like get 2 or 3 sessions out of it is what I'm aiming to do. Okay. So with the Chimeric Forest, this is going to be a forest where there's a bunch of, here, we'll say this, a forest with, what's the, I keep feeling like I'm hearing Amanda, mutating with warping magic that affects the natural growth of those within an enchanted forest. Enchanted. I think it's cool to have the enchanted forest, but like it's still a fucked up enchanted forest. That's fun. That's one of my favorite things about Annihilation. Okay. Flock of the Horn. There we go. 2 notable areas, right? A faction that you can encounter. That's kind of cool. Not really Dark Fae Forest. More like, I like the idea that it's... The enchantment is almost like... As cliche as this feels, like radiation in a way. Wants to actualize the All Mind's prophecy, prevent death of the All Mind. Is All Mind like a hokey fucking superhero name? See the All Mind's prophecy. Folklore horror forest? Maybe. So Perfia isn't contaminated with radiation, is contaminated by the spell. Gone on a ride, time to go and dispel some magic. Yep. Yeah, it's like magical fallout. With a magical fallout. There we go. So everything that's going on with the All-Seers and this faction, they're just more so kind of hinting at like what is going on in the tower, but it's I guess it's fun to have this little beat that could happen in here. So the Stargazing Hill. So this is what you would narrate as this encounter occurs. A clearing opens up with a large hill in the center. Atop this hill is a single tree, decorated with strings of ears, eyes, and tongues. Surrounding the hill are several cairns, and the trees are etched with geometric connected patterns. At night, a group of stargazing all-seers can be found here. They are initiating a new seer by plucking out their eyes. If the ritual is allowed to continue, the etched pattern of trees illuminate. The glow can be seen for miles. Woo! Right? We're getting rid of this. So that's a, like, it's a moment where they're able to see, like, oh, that's what this faction's doing. That's fucked up, right? Or they just decide, like, maybe it's time. We do partake in the ritual, right? Whatever. Like, if it's Merkborg especially, dude, people would be down with that. Oh, yeah. No, take my eye out. Fucking cut out my tongue. Like... Oh. Bro is, Oh, he was talking about Gen Con. Damn, I was hoping he might be in chat. Damn it, damn it, damn it. So... You haven't read Merkborg, but knowing the premise of it, it does actually give you an idea. Please. Please. Go get it. Go get it. Go buy this. It is good. It is very good. Yes. If I was, like, honestly, if I was really limited and someone told me, like, I could only ever play one more TTRPG, like, one TTRPG for the rest of my life, I get a lot of mileage out of this book right here. This might be, like, my preferred way to play. You know? Like, if it was, like, yeah, how much is it? Like, $30. You can even get the bare bones version for, like, $20. You don't have a spare $70 AED. Yeah, so you can get the rules for free. And you don't even have to pirate that shit. Okay. Yeah, it's crazy easy to design stuff on the fly with Merkborg just because the rules are so simple. Yep. Alright, I guess... I don't think there's a photosensitivity need to worry on this one, but, I also just never really know. So, just a heads up on photosensitivity, it might potentially cause some issues, but here's a Merkborg site. You do have the bare bones edition? Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, I thought Shadow Dark took the most. No, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn, were these all in the same year? Now I feel super dumb for not knowing this. There's no way they were all in the same year. Ferritory. No. Ferritory, Dinjin, Monster Approaches. No, I think they've got 3 ENnies in the same year. Yeah, God, their website is so fucking cool. Scrolling down. Yeah, so you can get the basics of the rules all right here, and, like, this is literally all you really need. Like, it is all you really need. Character sheets right here. A variant of the character sheet right here, which is just fucking ridiculous. Bare Bones Edition. This is totally free. Totally free. You can also... I have a physical copy of the Bare Bones version. I just don't know where it is right now. Oh my god, I don't know where I have that. We're speaking when I'm still tired. Scum Birther. This will run you through the whole thing. Like, this is how you make characters incredibly quick. Need billions of accursed labyrinths and desolate murder tomes. Dungeon Gin is the official Merkborg dungeon generator. Woo! The monster approaches. This just comes up with a fucking monster for you. Give me monsters. Right? By the way, again, photosensitivity. I don't know if this thing is going to flash in a different color. Charcoal insect with a scorpion's tail. It's dying, dead, perhaps reanimated. More than anything, it wants to escape something worse. Generate another character, or another creature. Right? So, ruins without form or purpose. Ability. You will dream of this encounter for the next 9 nights. Loot a singular golden coin. It will find the poor and entice them. Bent like a coat hanger with a moss-draped antlers. It's nothing to fear. Don't worry. More than anything, it wants to cover lifeless corridors and rooms with flayed skin. It's just so over the top and like... It's so... yeah. You want to play Shadow Dark. You own a physical copy, but your current campaign in 5e thinks Baldur's Gate 3. I need to convince my party to try a one-shot soon. Yeah, it's not much different. It's just easier on the math. Like, this is the thing I keep telling people about Shadow Dark specifically. If you want to sell Shadow Dark on people, the way that you do to, like, 5e people is you just tell them, look, the math is way easier because of the fact that we're not adding a whole lot of shit into your roll, right? The damage numbers are lower. Things are going to be a lot quicker. It's easier on me because I don't have to worry so much about heavy prep. I would appreciate it if you guys, as my friends, would be cool with just, like, letting me at least try this for a second, right? Let's try this for a dungeon. Let me know what you guys think. And if things don't really work out, we can, like, just figure something out from there. But yeah, I'm like, yeah, like you said it. It encourages more creativity. I mean, like, I'm open to talking things out. But if you just want to, like, play D&D because you just like to say that you just play D&D, like... Oh, that is it working hours? Yeah. If this is something else I've seen is like, okay. So, brand loyalty is something definitely bizarre happening with D&D because you get a lot of people who are like, yeah, the game that we play is D&D and we really like being those nerds that play D&D, right? Well, to those nerds, I say, you actually haven't been playing D&D, and D&D hasn't really been the thing you played for damn near 50 years. Yeah, Sir Brandlowitz. If they're just gonna keep wanting to play that game, and like they just want to play that game because it's called that game, be like, look. Guys, you can tell your friends you're playing D&D, okay? Tell your friends you're playing D&D. That's fine, but I'd like to play something else. Yep. The goal of WotC was to make D&D a personality brand, and they succeeded. Yeah, that's the thing that, like, we're trying to do is, like, influencers, is like, oh, at least if you share the perception that, like, hey, you want people to play more TTRPGs, what we want to do is kill the Sharpie brand recognition for D&D, right? If I pick up a pen, well, first off, if I pick up a permanent marker, a permanent black marker, right? We're calling that a Sharpie. If I need to blow my nose, I'm like, hey, it's not, hey, give me a tissue, it's hand me a Kleenex, right? If I, oh my God. This is a, if I'm going to go get something to drink and I want a soda, I'm going to be asking for a Coke, right? Band-Aid, right? Yeah. So, like, what we're trying to do right now is get people to, like, kind of speak with the idea that D&D is not the all-encompassing TTRPG anymore. It's a very American thing to call objects by their most popular brand. Guess where D&D's biggest market is? Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, you guys are saying like, yeah, it's a very American thing. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That like, yes. I mean, so what can we do? You know, we're trying to unfuck that. That's the thing. We're trying to fuck up that brand loyalty, you know? So, if we can show that there's other options and get people to want to try it out. I mean, and if people don't want to try it out, then I don't pressure them. We need to go, music has the right to children. Yes. It ain't a hot tub, that's a jacuzzi. Yeah, right? Watsy's out of Seattle, y'all. It's an American company. Yeah, I guess it depends. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, you're right. I was trying to throw in a stupid joke about apparently everything up in Oregon has turned into, or no, Washington has turned into, if you would be watching online, apparently it's like a hyper lib area or something like that. It's so fucking ridiculous. Yeah, so we want to, oh, by the way, you want to know something really funny? This is what's happening in the rap scene right now. Okay, as funny as it sounds. So, right now, we're trying to apply the same thing to TTRPGs that a lot of the hip hop scene is trying to apply to Drake. Drake is a reviled fucking creepy pedophile, and there are rappers out there trying to basically bury the man's career, right? So one of the things that they're doing right now is like trying to ruin the rep of Drake as something like trying to make Drake not out to be something that you don't want to listen to, but out to be something that is like, no, if you do listen to Drake, you're weird, right? This is working, by the way, this is working extremely well right now. Not to immediately divert this into politics. This is working out incredibly well right now by calling out all the weird shit that, like, there's a lot of Trumpers doing. And, yeah. Yeah, I can't look at Mark, call him a freaky ass. Yeah. Yeah. So that's the whole intent right now is like, if you gotta be, influencers are tastemakers, okay? Wizards of the Coast has to acknowledge influencers are your motherfucking tastemakers, okay? One of the tastemakers they already fucked up was Critical Role. I don't know that they're gonna get that flavor back soon. Yeah. The non-D&D scene as a whole does feel like it's hitting a more mainstream stride here lately. Probably thanks to the OGL scandal. That was such a massive knock-on effect. Well, and here's another thing. So, if you guys want to know why D&D isn't really getting a lot of mainstream stick and stay, it's because normies don't like it. Okay? I'm going to show you guys, there's a really good video talking specifically about this. Yeah, we're going to do this. Well, I say specifically about this. No, it's not specifically about this. And actually, I don't know that I can show because I don't know the exact video this is on. But there is a really good video that Mudahar did from Some Ordinary Gamers. And in case those of you guys don't know, hang on, I'll show you. It's not that people don't like to play TTRPGs that aren't D&D. There are a lot of people that play TTRPGs. You just don't know that they're calling it, or they're not always calling it a TTRPG. Looking at, let me look, Some Ordinary Gamers. I'm going to do a quick scroll through here, and I think I can already see it. Mudahar is a TTRPG player. Yep, there you go. No, it's not recently. That sits on his desk.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar.
It's not recently. It's right motherfucking there. Cyborg. I have the book. Right here. See? Here's the deal. Not all these guys that are like, not everybody that plays TTRPGs necessarily calls them TTRPGs. Sometimes they just play fucking games, right? Oh, okay, well, Cyborg, cool. To a lot of people, this feels like an action game. They're just like, oh, okay, well, we're just like role-playing that we're this all right, cool. And they don't necessarily get into the minutia of like, oh, well, it's the Borg system, right? It's a hack of it by Free League and the guys at Stockholm Cartel, right? No, they don't get that deep, you know? He just likes playing this fucking game, right? One of the other things I just caught on to yesterday, and this is going to be real quick, a lot of channels that do exclusively cover D&D are backing out. Yeah. Skill check. I have reported, because I was watching this channel with great interest, okay? I was watching it to see whether or not Charlie, this was the whole big grand experiment here. So Charlie, Moist Critical, announces, by the way, for those of you who don't somehow fucking know who this guy is, 14 million subscribers over on YouTube, right? Moist Critical announces that he's going to be doing a D&D campaign over with the second channel, right? What's Cyborg? What's it about? It's crazy cocaine-filled cyberpunk TTRPG. Yeah. And it's using the Merkborg engine. So yeah, quick death. If you want to play a game that's like Cyberpunk Edge Runners, go play Cyborg. This is more like Cyberpunk Edge Runners than the Cyberpunk TTRPG. 110%. Yeah. Use these if you want to know how to do a campaign like that, use the Cyberpunk rulebooks and guides to Night City as a supplement, but use the Cyborg engine. I promise you, it's way better. So, things are changing. I was watching Skill Check because I wanted to see what was going on with a TTRPG channel that had all the potential in the world and a built-in audience, how they could succeed with an actual play format, right? I was gonna see what they were doing, and they opted to go in the Critical Role route. They just announced yesterday they are bringing D&D down to a screeching halt. I want to show you why. All right, so things are changing right there, right? Look at this. So they started doing Magic the Gathering, and in addition to their D&D stuff. I want you to start looking at the view counts here, okay? 47K, 73K, 76K, right? So we have Magic the Gathering, D&D, 11K. Big Deck Energy, all right, Magic the Gathering, 68K, 84K, D&D, 12K. 200K because they brought the professor on to their channel, right? So Magic the Gathering. One Piece trading card game? So 29K? Interesting. New set's ridiculous. Magic the Gathering, right? Magic the Gathering, 78K. D&D, 13K. $226, 35K, 110K, 11K for D&D. So, why do you all think they would have just recently announced?
But we're going to be slowing D&D down. We're going to be moving to once every month releasing a D&D game, and it's still going to be mainline campaign. Nothing about the story is going to change, but we're just going to be reducing the amount of D&D that we're going to be putting out.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work as a content format. The actual play format for like Critical Role does not work in this architecture. The reason being, it needs to be edited down. For the mainstream viewers who are going to log in and watch an overarching story, it needs to be in more bite-sized formats. Looking at what they do with Skill Check, 3 hours, 12 minutes, 52 seconds, right? Look at how, whenever it's Magic the Gathering, an hour, 51 minutes, an hour, 2 hours and 27 minutes for D&D content, right? An hour, 3 minutes. Where is the worth right? Where is the worth to it if the longer form content that takes them more to make doesn't bring in, like, guys, this maybe made them $20. Maybe made them $20. That's without talking about any kind of sponsorship or what the hell ever. People are not watching actual plays unless they are cut down. They need to be edited down. We were just talking about this the other day. Critical Role is now editing their shit down. Yeah. The only time that they're not is whenever they're live. They might host the VODs up, but they're now doing Critical Role abridged. You know? So, like, there's a format that's not really working. This just happened yesterday. I was talking about this exact issue like 2 days ago on stream, and then finding out that, like, the channel I've been checking out to see how they were faring with all this, to announce that they are fucking basically full breaks on D&D content. Now, it's coming to a halt, but not a full stop, right? They're releasing a D&D episode, but it's once a month. Has any actual play ever sustained itself like that? No! I don't think so. Like, yeah. Now, here's the other deal. Reason I get into this is because D&D is not super fun to watch people do, right? It's fun to play it. And there are other games that are way better for viewership than D&D. We keep saying Critical Role and all that other stuff, right? We keep saying Critical Role. Let's throw Critical Role out because they are an exception, not the rule, right? If we look at, I really love this one, Mystery Quest. I'm going to keep mentioning these guys. Please go sub to this channel. I think this is one of the most important channels you could be subscribed to as a YouTube, like if you're into YouTube right now. Go sub to Mystery Quest. I mean, Mark Holmes, actually, I found out the other day, Mark Holmes was sponsoring me on Patreon, and I was like, holy fucking shit, thanks, man. Good to see you, dude. Cool. But, so, Mystery Quest, what are they doing? Look at the timestamps, right? Or the times, an hour 24, an hour, 1 hour 29, 1 hour 12. Wait, look at these view counts. 15K? Well, this is Fiasco, not D&D. Wait, that shouldn't succeed. That's not D&D. Fiasco? Wait, 39K? What? Thousand Year Vampire? 53K? Mouse Ritter? 24K? 35K? 52K? What? Call of Cthulhu? 48K? 80K? These are Magic the Gathering numbers. What's happening there? It's a format issue. I'm telling y'all, it's a format issue. If you are into actual play at this moment, you want to know what's happening? You've got to move over to edited content. People don't have the goddamn time to get sucked into the story that I know is very important to you, but it isn't to your audience. That's the way it goes, you know? My biggest advice that I will give to any actual players right now, if you are aspiring or doing whatever, do pre-recorded, edit down your content, get rid of flipping through rules, doing all that other stuff, right? Keep it down to the clean beats, you know? There are channels that may be succeeding in doing D&D and hosting it up long form, right? If you say Legends of there we go. If you say Legends of Adventurous, actually, let me show you. That's not correct. I'll show you. This just actually proves my point. Thank you for bringing that up. Watch this. Notice how they're, number one, they're promoting their shorts. Number two, let's go over here. Ooh, wait a second. Ooh, what's happening to these view counts? Right? We have a 1 million sub channel up here. 14K views. Oh, wait, what's that time looking like? 3 hours and 8 minutes? Ooh, that's a problem. 15K views, 2 hours and 14 minutes. Okay. 1 hour, 51 minutes, 16K views. So 32K views, not bad, right? 3 hours, 42 minutes. It is episode 2 of a campaign. One of the things that we noticed the other day as we were looking at trends, the critical role spike is always very, very big at the start of a campaign in episode 1. That is your best episode. Yeah. The start of a campaign, episode 1. People are checking it out and seeing what the hell is going on. Cool. This is super interesting. Are people watching 8 episodes later? It drops like 50%. It's pretty rough. Yeah. Yeah, it labels a lot of TTRPGs and D&D. Yeah. Now, scrolling through here, like the root campaign that they're doing looks like it's doing pretty good, right? Are they using root? Hold on, I've got to look. Are they using the root RPG or are they using D&D?
Welcome back to Legends of Avantris, and today we're playing.
Sorry.
Wait, make a check. Make a check.
George, I'm sorry.
Oh boy, are you all right there, Bitsy?
Can I see a character sheet?
Are you okay? Are you all right? Confused, and half the time I think you might have a serious brain injury.
Is diploma a fruit?
You're all absolute circus freaks, but
Hang on.
But the thing is, they do get louder.
I'm trying to see a character sheet.
I'm sorry, I forgot your name. What?
I don't think they have one.
What are you saying?
Is Bindle a sex thing?
Bitsy, what are you saying?
it's a miracle that you haven't drowned in a bowl of soup thus far.
I can't see their dice either.
Well, that explains it a little bit, I suppose.
How far are we from Click Clock?
You would probably need to travel. Probably going on a direct. You pulled them out. Oh, pulled them out.
Oh, wait. Class names. Herbalist, Thief, Frog Wizard, Pug Knight. They're playing the root RPG, right? It is D&D 5e? Wait, it's 5e inspired by root? Where? Wait, so they're playing a root campaign, but they're not using the root RPG? Really? 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 Do they know there's an RPG for this? Do they know that Humblewood exists? That was written for 5e? Like, I know this is a weird hang-up and everything, but, like, Leader Games, the makers of Root, like, really did put the work in to, like, make the RPG for the IP that they made. They did play the actual Root RPG, but it was years ago and it got sponsored by Magpie. So they're choosing not to... Okay. I get what's going on. I mean... Look, part of the reason that they're doing it is because Powered by the Apocalypse is not exactly, like, a strong system for actual... Yeah. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, they've got to start editing this stuff down because I'll tell you right now, these numbers don't look terrible, right? But it is bad. This is a million sub YouTube channel. These should be up over 100,000 apiece. At least that's what you would be hoping to get. You would really hope that at least 10% of your viewership is checking in. That's not to say that like this channel is doing poorly. I think this is one of the biggest channels out there for TTRPG. I'll show you where the views are, because they sure as shit aren't in their long form. They're over here in their shorts. Everybody knows this, right? The shorts. But it's not just the shorts. It's shorter D&D content. People want to watch this TTRPG content. The problem is, it's too long. Actual plays that go on for any longer than like 3 hours are not going to help you maintain that viewership. It's just the way it goes. Like, people get really, really defensive about actual plays and the format and all this other stuff. And it's like, guys, let's be real here. Like, we gotta... What is it? The definition of insanity? Doing the same thing, expecting a different result or something like that, right? Multiple times. Yeah, man. Like, I just don't think that the format is really working out these days. Well, we know it isn't. There's channels that are doing it that still aren't growing. And I don't blame Skill Check, by the way. I think Skill Check is doing the smart move. Not just because it was like, well, it was a D&D thing, and I'm like, ha 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 ha. Yeah, get rid of D&D, right? No, that's not it. I think the skill check is just doing the smart move of like, hey, this content is clearly not working for the channel. We're gonna have to switch our focus here. Yeah. They might really like this story and really want it to continue, but yeah. Didn't learn from the full thing. Yep. There you go. It's doing laundry content. Oh, man. Honestly, even Dimension 20 is doing laundry content. Like, yeah. Like, they do funny shit on there, and it's longer form, and I would just put that on in the background while I was doing chores, right? God, speaking of, I kind of want to put that on and do some laundry. I got all the house. I got every single dish in the house clean last weekend. I looked at Amanda and I was just like, damn straight. Oh, okay. Checking some stuff out. Is anybody on Twitter mad at me? Let's see. Let's see. I got a notification. Am I getting yelled at? I am not. Hey. I guess I should look at Weird Wizard since everybody's saying like, yeah, well, this is the less edgy version of Demon Lords. Is it? How's the book look? It still feels like it's like early 2000s. Oh, they're still not doing it in print? Man. It's crazy how, like, apparently that system is, like, getting quite a bit of hype, but... yeah. We stand a clean king. A. If I miss your streams, I listen after his chore content. Hey, I am glad to be here with you as you're sitting there folding your underwear that probably need another wash. That mildewy ass smelling laundry that you took out and you're like, you know what? It's probably okay. I don't really want to toss it back in there just yet. That's more work. I can wear these. And then you're going to wear it tomorrow and be like, oh, God, why do I smell like milk? And then... I couldn't keep that bit up, man. Thanks for reminding you to drop you a follow. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate having you. Okay. You know, I'm great. I'm doing good. The classic milk laundry bit, yes. I need to figure out, hang on, I gotta get, see, here's the deal. I love this. I love this right here. But the problem is, I get this, when I have space on my desk, I want to fucking put stuff on it, right? But the problem is now I have the book camera, and if I'm like, hey, this is cool to have, and I'm like, yeah, this is, I love showing stuff, and it looks good, right? I think I need like the diffuser though. Yeah, people are saying. Oh wait. Yeah, my problem. Are you gonna go over this? Oh, that's not really doing what we need it to. How jank does that look? Oh, guys, that does not look any better on that. The diffuser does not help it out. We just need a whole ass different light on there. Right? Look how bad that looks. Just... it's slightly better. Yeah, I think that fucked it up, actually. Oh, wait, I just realized. Oh, no. I was showing some thigh there. Gasp. You come back up here. I'm wearing pajama shorts. Because I apparently pissed on my other pants. Hi, Amelia. Well, what I could work out is, hi. Go on. You're fine. Look at her. She like heard me in here and was like, "Oh, what's the matter?" Man, you see her? Hey, look, Amelia. Say hi to the internet. Amelia. So this... What? I don't know what you want. You're being demanding, though. Man, I'm gonna have to figure out... Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure... What's the matter? What's the matter? You have to go outside? You have to go outside? Your nose looks dry. You need to go outside? Alright, I'm gonna let her outdo this thing. You guys hang out for a second. I Oh, she's just mad that Amanda's not here. Because we went out and she just looks at the door like, oh, fuck, she's not out here either. That's right. Orange. What? That's right. Orange. Oh my god, I got so much hungrier than I thought I was. Okay. So, drive through. I'm checking some things real quick. And then God, I can't help but wonder how Ben Milton must have felt having he was like fighting in the top 5 or like the top 2 or 3 with like this furry vor thing for about like like a week over on drive-thru. Oh, it was so funny. I was like, oh no, Nave came out and there's this like gorging on furry girl game that came out. Oh, this scene is so fucking funny. You think I know what? Oh yeah, here we'll I'll straight up show you. Here. So, yeah, there for like let me see here. Yeah, there for a little while. So Nave was like sitting up here, and then I think the Cyberpunk thing came out and kind of, you know, definitely pushed shit up. Wow, I didn't know Modifius was actually getting a Star Trek thing out. That's interesting. I wonder what the system is. Is it 2D20? Elder Ring Moria. Look, this is about to fuck so hard. I'm telling you guys, Cosmere is about to be the new thing in fantasy TTRPG. Like, just get ready for it. Nave, this was like way up at the top, right? Like way up at the top, and so was this thing. And oh my god, I have zero idea. I don't know who this is, but apparently this thing was doing really well. Like, really well. $60 for 2 PDFs and you can't play the game with that seems a little steep. The $60 for a physical game right now, that you can't play the game with? I mean, what do you mean you can't play the game with? Like, it's not done? Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, how do you mean you can't play the game? Because if we're talking about pricing structure on all this stuff, like, we've had way more expensive games like that drop from people who are not experienced with system design. Woo! Holy shit, Taron said that. 2 PDF lore books? I mean, yeah, it's a $30 a pop? When's the review drop? Oh, of that? Oh god, no, I'm not touching that. You kidding me? Someone sponsor it for $2,000. Nah, I don't. That thing is not doing damage by existing. It's just cringe. Let it be cringe, you know. At least that's the way I'm looking at it. Yeah. I saw some people were getting all pissy about it, and I was like, guys, you gotta find. Just make better shit. Just make good shit, okay? So you said it's $60 for 2 lore drop books. It looks like it was $60 for a. Okay, so that's the world guide for both of these. So I want to let you know, a lot of the people who are backing this thing are not interested in playing TTRPGs. A lot, like I was saying this earlier, a lot of the people who are backing this are just fans of Brandon Sanderson, aren't interested in the game, and they just want to know what Brandon Sanderson added to the world of Cosmere. This doesn't mean that this is for the casual TTRPG fan, right? Like, sorry, casual TTRPG fan. That's not it. If you are looking at this to get the game, this is not for you. This is not the package that you want to get right here. You want to go down and get right here, the player, right? That's why they say the player. This is 4 different books in here though. So what you can do instead is pledge for $1 and go get the stuff piecemeal, right? So you pledge for $1, go over and pick up each of the individual books, right? Is that kind of making sense? Because, like, I mean, $35 to $50, $35 for a PDF. Oh, wait, sorry, it's an adventure book for $35. Super interested to know how thick those are. But just seeing that the handbook is $50, that's very fucking good. Like, $50 for a handbook to play the game? Guys, that is so good. Especially for this print size. Knowing what's going into this is super fucking generous. Consider the fact that Wizards of the Coast tried to up their book prices to $70. Yeah. You were thinking about pledging just to get the lore book and the player's guide. Yeah, I may not even, like, I'm down to check it out, but I first, like, I want to definitely get through the second trilogy for Mistborn, but I am a quarter of the way through this thing right here, and I want to actually go through the Cosmere and see what the fuck the hype is about, you know? I get it with Mistborn, but I know that everybody says that Stormlight Archive is the definitive new voice in fantasy. Not specifically this game, but the Stormlight Archive is like the shit. You guys are gonna see this adapted to a film or a series eventually. In fact, I think Mistborn already got optioned for a movie. I would love to see Mistborn animated, though. I would. I can't even fucking imagine how goddamn cool Mistborn would be animated by Studio Trigger. Holy shit. That would fuck so hard. Let me live in that timeline. That would probably become my favorite fucking show ever. If there's anybody at Studio Trigger, Brandon Sanderson, whoever, if there's some way to make that happen, please. God damn it. That would be so good. Ugh! You think the fantasy's best suited to animation? I'm inclined to agree. Yeah, whenever it's a studio that has a clear track record of knowing how the fuck to handle it, yeah. You'll read you'll read the Cosmere books. They're not expensive either. Like they're also pretty cheap. You can get Way of the Kings for like $10 right now. And yeah, here, let me go look at the Amazon price. Or The Way of Kings. I'm sorry. Yeah, guys, it's $9. $4. I'm seeing it go for. This doesn't have my address on it, right? Everything's good? I think everything's good. Sweet. Guys. Look at this. The first trilogy of Cosmere. $25, right? There's a collector edition that's going for $53. That looks pretty nutso. Oh wow, but it's a wait. Is that 2 copies of Way of Radiance? Or Words of Radiance? Did they split one up? Oh, they've split. Oh, wait, what? Okay, so they split it up. Huh. Yeah, but, like, Way of Kings right here. Target. $9. Guys, I'm telling you. Reading is such a great hobby because everything is dirt cheap. I tell you what I really want, though. This is just total aside. Elden Ring. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am beyond upset about how priced out this is. God, it's a pretty book, but I don't need a pretty book. I just want the information inside of it. It's a very pretty book, right? I love the jar guy on the fucking slipcover, right? Look at these illustrations. This is 10 out of 10. I love everything about this. But fuck me, I cannot spend $300 on this book. I want this so bad. You guys have no idea how bad I want this fucking book. But Game Ranks, legit. Fuck. You should get it. Look, I will get it if and only if. Damn, the typography looks really good too. Time before the tree. Look at this fucking, oh my god. I will get it if we get, oh. Wait. Dude. Look at this shit. Is it? Oh my god. That's so good. Guys, these illustrations are fucking sick. Oh my god. Who illustrated some of this? Chris Lewis Lee, Elliot Wells, SLG, and Shimhack? With an introduction by Quaylag. Oh, Smotown did this. What? This is like a collab, like with... Oh! God damn it. Oh. You said that after you heard the price, yeah. Yeah, if the print version of the Anthology of Heroes does pretty well, and I can get ahead of some bills, then we'll see if I can't make $300 disappear. God, I want that so bad. Because I know what's going to wind up happening is like there's going to be limited fucking run of that. I just know it. Ugh. Yeah, and that book cannot be cheap to make. I bet you that book probably costs at least $40 to print. Oh. Oh. Okay. What should they be, right? So they're centaurs. Do we just say it's like a tribe? Practices dark grafting rituals. This needs to come over here, right? Thank you. All right, tell me what you think. How you guys liking this? We do. Why do they have la 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 trap? They think la 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 is a unicorn. Once. Yeah, I guess their wants covers, like, they definitely don't want that dude to die. Yeah. Now, wants body parts. Sure, just do, like, There's the Merkberg for you right there. We stick with this stupid name, right? Everyone's gonna remember it because of this stupid name. Appointed as leader of the flock. Once due to the grafted unicorn horn. Due to being the grafted one with the unicorn horn. Something like that. I guess what's the you're not thinking of a centaur with a horn and calling it a centacorn, you're actually brain juiced out. Yeah. Yeah. Did I really just forget the monster? It goes la 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 la. Yeah. I love that stupid name is catching on for people. Where I was like, this is the stupid shit I love about adventure writing, is like whenever making people go like, okay, what's their name? La 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 la. It's such a dumb joke, but goddamn, I think it's gonna always make people remember this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's always 7 laws. Yeah. If they're just like, no, you must say the name in its entirety. Not too long, not too short. 7 laws. It is 7 laws. It feels very SpongeBob coded for some reason. I'm trying to think of like where I get a bit of my like what's the term for that? Where my sense of like that shit's hilarious kind of comes from. I think it's a mix of like It's Always Sunny. Man, yeah, like It's Always Sunny, a little bit of Adventure Time. God, I'm trying to think like what else. A lot of Quentin Tarantino. Man, yeah. Singing the proper pronunciation. Not really South Park. Nah, I like... Now, don't get me wrong. I think South Park is really fucking funny. I think that South Park is actually pretty fucking fantastic. But it's not the kind of thing that I think, like, I tried to emulate with, like, my sense of humor, maybe. God, like... One of the guys I think that I just get really well, who... Oh, wait, what? Oh, hold the phone. Hang on a second. What?
What happens when you're...
God damn it. Watsy, you make this so fucking hard to... Look, this is the problem, okay? No issues going on with the gaming gang, anything that's going on with this, but like, look how absolutely unequally they choose to like go after certain creators. Like, dude, Brian, that sucks, man. I am so sorry you got hit with this shit. Same with Jordan. I heard Ted also. Like, look, guys, this is more clear and more clean than, like, what Sly Flourish did or, like, any of the ones we've fucking seen so far. Like, yeah.
We have a rules glossary for the first time, which I like.
So do we all just agree to, like, everybody do it in solidarity? Yeah. What's the sub count? 13.7K. It's got nothing to do with the popularity thing. Either WotC, I mean, I don't know. WotC might not know, but like, yes, they I guarantee you, they sent this stuff out. They're keeping their eyes on this situation. Now, did you do a... So, remind me, the thing that you got in trouble for was showing stat blocks, right? Like, of course, there was showing artwork, but you also showed stat blocks, and that's part of what got on your case? What got them on your case, right? Yep. In the index. Unless you bought it at Gen Con. No, I would actually disagree with that.
I'm Jeff McAleer, your host here at the Gaming Gang channel. Thanks for joining me once again. Today, I am going to share my review of Dungeons & Dragons 2024's Player's Handbook from Wizards of the Coast. The lead designer on this is Jeremy Crawford, with Chris Perkins, Ben Petrosor, F. Wesley Schneider, Ray Wininger, and James Wyatt. This 384-page hardcover.
Did I hear that right?
Jeremy Crawford with Chris Perkins, Ben Petrosor, F. Wesley Schneider, Ray Wininger, and James Wyatt.
James Wyatt. Wait, where's Mackenzie D.R. Moss? Wait, hey, Brian, can you look at your credits in the Player's Handbook and tell me? Oh, wait, I can just look at it here. Oh, there, rules developer. Okay, I was like, wait, what? Did they get rid of Mackenzie? Okay. You're all for this type of discontent. I was curious to see if he got it sent to him or he bought it at Gen Con. Because if he's going to say that he bought it at Gen Con, then I'm like, well, there you go.
184-page hardcover is going to arrive in stores on September 17th. It will carry an MSRP of $54.99. Having said all that, let's swing on over to the other.
Wait, MSRP's at $54? Right? The MSRP is $54? I'm going to see whenever I actually get mine in. Yeah.
Camera, because here I've got the Player's Handbook for Dungeons & Dragons 2024.
How'd you get it?
Not what I'm going to continue to call this. And I'm not going to continue to call this the new, not new edition of Dungeons & Dragons. I'll tell you what I'm going to refer to this edition as in just a little bit. But there are a few things I do want to mention before we get stuck in. First of all, the fine folks over at Wizards of the Coast were kind enough to provide me with this review copy at the special Gen Con 50th anniversary celebration of Dungeons & Dragons.
Okay, so he got it at Gen Con. The back of your book says $49.99. Wait, the MSRP is $49.99? What? What are the rules for the people who bought it at from Gen Con? As far as I know, fucking they can't do anything. They cannot enforce this. Like, they can't enforce a shutdown on a flip through. Just leave me a screenshot. I appreciate it.
Being asked to blur out the images of their... So probably going to look at fewer pages during this review, simply because there are a lot of content creators out there who are getting takedown notices, copyright violations, being asked to blur out the images of their video because of the amount of content they're showing, I guess. So I am going to share fewer pages than I normally would in a review. And I'm going to make sure to kind of leave one of my hands blocking things off on a page.
See, this is so ridiculous. Look at this. Physical on D&D Beyond is $49.99. Yeah, look at this. Like, look at how scared you got content creators, man. Come the fuck on. It's just so dumb. Now it looks like this video went up a day ago, so like, you know, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Wait, what did he say he was going to call this new edition? I'm just curious. Did he say something negative? I don't know.
As well as my review score. So as far as this review goes, I'm sure there are quite a few of you out there who are kind of surprised that I am reviewing a Dungeons and Dragons product because I haven't reviewed the last 3 major releases. And that was from my choice. That was not Wizards of the Coast. There were some things that happened behind the scenes that I said, you know, I don't feel I'm being treated with the respect I deserve as a reviewer who's covered your company for about 13 years at that point. So you can take me off your reviewer list. So like, I'm not going to get into a whole bunch of detail about that. So I was invited to go to the 50th anniversary Dungeons and Dragons event that took place on Wednesday, July 31st. My best friend Elliot Miller went with, as I mentioned previously, and that's where I received a copy of this. So I can't tell you if I will be reviewing the Dungeon Master's Guide or the Monster's Manual from a review copy in the future. I do not know. So just pointing that out. But I know there's folks out there kind of like, wait a second, Jeff.
Oh yeah. Wait. By the way, I also hear that I'm also hearing now that people who receive the PDF also have a different version. Or, sorry, the words that are in the PDF are different from the words that are in the printed book. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Yeah. I've heard that people who have received the PDF have received a different interior. Yeah, some of the tables are different too. Yeah. Very bizarre. I don't know.
Who are at that Dungeons and Dragons event? It's like, well, I was invited. I went. So let's talk about the review.
Okay.
I think this is a well done book. So presentation wise, I like that there's not a lot of just rambling on in the presentation. Everything's pretty concise.
He got me curious though. What are you going to call it?
It's not like just bullet points where it's like really dry writing. No, it's not real technical writing. Fan of the monk because the monk, his master, has instructed kind of like built by committee, as opposed to an artist really just kind of letting go with their imagination. It almost seems very Saturday Evening Post, and it's just, you know, a slice of life. I mean, that's fine to a certain extent, but most gamers like to see some inspiring action shots, and there are some of those.
There we go.
I mean, there's a good number of those, but they are outnumbered by sort of the just beauty shots or the slice of life shot.
Okay, so here's what I got to say about this. Hang on, I'll get him a better freeze frame to stop on. Okay, so this has been like the big hot discussion with this whole player's handbook. Here's what I gotta say. So, as far as this look goes, I'm going to continue to call it the comfy core look. Okay, this is like a very everything is positive, and I don't comfy core. Let me style without the suffering. Comfy core arts. Nope. I'm really glad I did not open that up over here. Jesus fucking Christ. What do I call this? Well, apparently that's all not safe for work. I am very glad I did not have that open over here. It is cozy core? Aesthetic? See, this is like just nothing but like fucking chicks wearing blankets and mushrooms. What's the, like, there is a word for this, right? Everything is awesome. Yeah. There is a look for this that just feels like everything is soft in an action game. How is comfy core not safe for work? I'd imagine, just based off of the glance I got there, lots of cuddles is what I would put it. Yeah. It looks very cuddly, and that's where I need to leave that. I'm not thinking Cal Art style. I do think Steven Universe aesthetic makes a lot of sense for what people are calling it. But it does feel like everyone's giving me the Cal Arts grin, right? If I look at, hang on.
Dwarf goblins.
Hey, who is that? Joey Fleischer. Hey, welcome. Holy shit, are we close to Guys, look how goddamn close we are to 20,000. Look at that. Look at that. Fucking tell your grandma, sub to me, all right? I don't care if she's dead. Get her to sub to me, all right? So this is what I mean by like the CalArts aesthetic. Like everything feels very like hating on the CalArt style is a new dog whistle. Oh, fuck out of here. No, no, no. Holy shit. Everything's trying to red pill you now. Shut the fuck up. All right. CalArt's art style is leaning in on extremely bright. Everything is like just very generic, right? Now, the reason why they're probably saying this is because the CalArt style, this is not CalArt style, by the way. I don't know what the fuck this person is saying. This is not CalArt style. This is the Pixar DreamWorks aesthetic, all right? What the fuck ever. So the CalArts art style is what this is right here. Beanheads, this like Neighbor is Totoro style smile, right? Like this is the CalArts style. No clue what this person is saying. If the CalArts style is not diverse and inclusive art, like what? I don't know. I'm not even gonna medium. I don't know. Okay, good examples, right? 90s. Ooh, okay. I'm a huge animation, just cartoon buff. Okay, I fucking love animation. I grew up during the 90s. I lived through the most disgusting looking, awesome Klasky Shupo like Nicktoons. Okay, 80s action figure era. Yes, it all felt very like it's supposed to be very anatomically correct. Brave heroes, right? The action figure era. I love calling it that, right? The Rebel era. We are breaking every rule that we can about animation that has been instilled from earlier on. However, no sheets were still pretty much a thing, and a lot of the Rebel era just looked too chaotic. Yeah, Ren and Stimpy close-ups. Yeah. So like the whole ethos with Ren and Stimpy was the idea that you never draw the same face twice, right? You never want to hit the same face twice. You want to have like two frames that look similar at all, right? Now, from there, God, yeah, Animaniacs. This is a great shot from The Simpsons. And again, Klasky Shupo, right? 2000s Geometric Era. This is dominated, notice this, by Cartoon Network, right? Dexter's Lab, Powerpuff Girls, Samurai Jack. And then you had, of course, the Butch Hartman look for Timmy Turner and the Fairly Odd Parents. Thick, bold lines. This is like the fucking ink heavy era, right? I personally, this is one of my favorite eras right here. I actually thought that the Dexter's Lab reboot looked infinitely better than the original. So, like, sue me, whatever. But yeah, the god of this era is Genndy Tartakovsky. And it shows because he's got 3 of his shows right here, right? CalArts era. Okay, here is like, oh god. I hate that they have Gravity Falls in here. I really hate that they do. However, I would not say that Gravity Falls' big strength is its character designs. We don't know that I would say that. I think that Gravity Falls' huge strength is Alex Hirsch's storytelling. Yeah, it's so fucking good. I love Gravity Falls. It's actually one of my, like, there's very few 10 out of 10 cartoons. All right. Avatar is up there. Avatar is up there in the 10 out of 10s. Adventure Time is up there in the 10 out of 10s. Gravity Falls is a 10 out of 10. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Yeah, Gravity Falls is world building and story. It sucks to say that Gravity Falls is up here and that, whatever. All right. You get it. You can take that. But Steven Universe, it's odd to me how much impact I think Steven Universe has on the overall look of what we're seeing with D&D artwork. And I don't know how to put it. And no, it's not that like, oh yeah, all the new D&D artwork looks very, very gay. No, that's not it. There is a look to it that we can define at that isn't a political alignment. It's so weird that that's the thing that people have like reached for, right? To me, it's a mix of a couple different things. one of the big things that really got huge, or I guess kind of remained huge and like majorly influential, is League of Legends character art. God, I'm gonna have to make sure that I pull this up over here. Okay, yeah, you want to know the real look of what the D&D art is going towards? I'm gonna make sure. Look, I'm just scrolling through here to make sure we're clean. Are we clear? No titties? Okay. Boom. I will show you right now what all the D&D artwork is trying to emulate. It's the fucking League of Legends splash art. Okay? This is what they are trying to hit. Now, if you think that a lot of the League of Legends stuff looks like, well, okay. So, side note here. A big reason why so much of the League of Legends stuff triggers AI detection software is because a lot of AI detection software is sampling League of Legends art. If it looks like the League of Legends stuff looks like AI art, congratulations, you found the source, right? The artwork is pretty epic, not gonna lie. Well, here's the thing, okay? This looks great for a video game. I am 50-50 on whether or not I think it looks really fantastic in a book. It is great art, but is it really serving its purpose? So what's here is like, this was made in order to fit as a 1/3, right? They wanted to get you right here in the center for the card that shows whenever you're doing the splash art, right? They also kept it big for promo stuff and for like wallpapers or if they printed it on any merch or anything like that, right? I think that this is really good for, here's the big thing. This is really good for an iconic character that you want to show doing a big, crazy, awesome action pose, right? You want to show them doing a lot of high action, sick. This might be the way that you go. I don't see a lot of high action in the D&D artwork. Like, if I'm looking at, let me pull up some of like the brand new stuff. 2024 artwork. Oh, you got wieners for me.
I do.
Thank you.
Come through when you need wieners.
Thank you.
Hi, people.
There's a purpose to it looking the way it does. No, I agree. Yeah, I 100% agree. Now for the D&D artwork, look, like this is. By the way, I'm not saying that all of this is representative of what I'm saying and criticizing here. This artwork looks great. I actually really dig this, but it's not really an action pose. This is a like, look upon me, I am an anime protagonist pose, right? There's a lot of just sort of League of Legends card splash look. See, so it's like, here's this pose running at the camera, right? It feels, oh god, this piece is gonna haunt me for the rest of my life, huh? It feels like they wanted to emulate splash art, right? Hi, Mrs. Pounds. Yeah, and it's like, it could look good, you know? It could look good. And I mean, it does, right? It looks good, but to me, I can't help it. There's an aesthetic that is getting built up. God, this piece is gonna be like non-stop brought up and talked about all the time, huh? There is a certain like what who was it? Jeff. What Jeff is saying here. This artwork feels so slice of life, you know. Yeah, one sec. Anyways. I didn't want to open a paper bag on it. Yeah. Yeah. Or, like, gaslighting all of you. I didn't want to make this sound like, this is always a hard thing, okay? whenever you're criticizing something like this, especially whenever people have decided that they are going to take up a political stance and politicize this shit, even if you say anything that is in remote agreement with like whatever that person says, eventually this gets turned into some tribalistic mindset of like, okay, honestly, point blank, a lot of people really like to have their action game feature a lot of action heavy artwork. Okay, this game right now has a lot of pieces that just don't really fuck with that vibe, you know. This is we are in a cozy core dwarf forge, right? We are celebrating a giant dragon apparently getting brought into the I don't know what the purpose of that piece is, you know. And this is not digging on any of these artists, it's digging at the art direction. Okay, as cool as the piece is, I couldn't do this. Okay, I could not do this. I'm going to tell you right now, I could not do this. I fully recognize that. Okay, I fully recognize that. This doesn't look like D&D art to me though. I like the action shots. This is just like, there's a badass anime character coming down the stairs. You know? Like, maybe, AD&D artwork does have a lot of, yeah, it does. Yeah, and there's style to it. The collector's edition covers for the new 2024 D&D book feels more D&D than the rest of the art. This one right here, it's cool, but it's, again, like, cozy, relaxing, not, like, action, you know? I heard some people say that they were, like, really hoping that D&D would go more into the romantic, simulator route. And I was like, fucking, you guys take it then, I guess. You guys go for it. I think you're gonna hit a rough patch. Yeah. Yeah. People wanted romantic subsystems for D&D, and I'm like, oh my god, I just want to hit shit with a stick. Can we just dungeon crawl? And like that be an optional thing, not the expectation of a system, you know? Or like make a system specifically suited to do that? Like, yeah. Anyways, like this cozy core kind of like Cal Arts art style, right? Like I just don't, I see a lot of like movement happening in this, right? I see a lot of movement, I see a lot of like, yes, but I don't see somebody fucking someone else up, right? I don't see anybody taking a hit. No. I just see like the kind of like the pose that seems to want to make people say like step on me mommy, right? Look, this is what I mean right here. See? This is the cozy kind of feel that I'm getting out of the D&D art. This is the kind of cozy feel I'm getting out of the D&D art. And no, it's not just because they look like anime waifus, all right? It's that there is a look where there's not the punch, there's not the violence, there's not the action, right? In a game that is all about war, gamey, fantasy action, this is where if we're looking at the it's voguing art. Thank you, right? None of these feel like fights, you know. You need to look at the spin-off card art. It showcases scenes from the setting. The spin-off card art? Oh, you mean for, like, League of Legends? Oh, I mean, I'm just using the video game art as a reference here, right? This is, like, showing a character that has a magical effect. Showing a character that has a magical effect, right? Now... Oh, that's so tiny. Come on, I thought that this was going to be, like, a fight. And see, it's not really like they're... Yeah, this is just characters posing at you, right? But that's, like, in TTRPGs... especially if they're combat oriented, I would love to see some like, you know, fight scenes. Like that's what I think people are complaining about. And it's not that if you don't like the new art that you're suddenly like agreeing with hate that whatever. It's not that it's gay art, it's that it's boring art. Okay? And trust me, gay art is not boring. No. He says as he shoves a wiener in his mouth. Yeah. There are a ton of different reasons. For me, it's the fact that it's going more towards this kind of feel of there's just not really action happening. Yes, it's very wink at the camera, right? None of it feels like, yeah, like this. I thought that the character looks sick. This character looks cool. Show them hitting something, right? The DreamWorks smirk. Like, even Vecna. We're talking about a lich that's supposedly like, I mean, this is supposed to be one of the most iconic, most evil characters in all of D&D. And yet we get this like, it's like, the fuck? Yeah, you don't feel danger. Yeah, it's like, that's the problem. It's not a matter of like, I honestly, if they were just starting to use AI like literally tomorrow, I'd be like, all right, I can't fucking care. I can't care anymore. Like, again, this looks sick. This piece is incredible looking. It's just, it's like, it's not, I'm not really feeling the action out of this action TTRPG that I've been promised, right? I've been told this is an action RPG, and yet we keep getting the wink, wink, nudge, nudge to all the characters. Yeah, yeah. Maybe the no nips, no blood extends to the violence as well. Well, we found out that the no nips rule apparently doesn't apply. And I think there's been a piece or two that has had blood, if I'm recalling this correctly. It's just like, there's no action happening. And everything is just extremely, like, everything is Pokemon World kind of character. Yeah. I don't know, man. That's basically where I've been looking at it like that. No, I don't think that they're tracing over AI artwork. And I would honestly say, anytime that an accusation like that kind of comes out, all it does is strengthen WotC's position. If they are using AI artwork, then let it be. It hasn't helped to fight and push back on any of this shit, and it's actually caused some artists to get hurt. Just don't do it. Like, this piece is hilarious, right? But that's the thing, is it's funny. And it feels like it wants to be an action scene. But I can't, I don't know, man. I don't know. Still going strong. 2 hours left of work for me. Oh, I am probably peacing out now because my dinner got here. Amanda's here. Holy shit, Stormlight. Wow. Let's look at that for the last time before we head out. Jeez, oh, it's called Christ. Look at that. Holy shit. Yeah, as an artist, tracing over AI would be more work than it's worth. You'd barely save time if you were skilled enough to cover it up anyway. Yeah, there you go. Now, yeah, that's going to be me, guys. I appreciate having you all around. I'm going to eat my dinner. Yeah, I will catch you guys here very soon. Later!